Well, alright. Shalom, everybody. We're gonna see if we we're gonna use the Josephus today. Hey, shalom. Yeah, we will if you have a chance. Get your Josephus out. We're gonna read from just a couple sections from the Josephus today, but I'm gonna go ahead and start the reading, start the service. Today, but is it on? Okay, good.
Josephus is.
You got a Josephus?
Good. Half price wins.
Are you ready?
Sir.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Nathanawa.
Fananawa.
A war.
A war.
Zah.
Zah.
Yawam.
Yawam.
The water.
The water.
Aman.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us light this day. Thanks. So be it.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Nathanawa.
Fananawa.
Rayach.
Raya.
Nayak.
Kaka.
The water.
The water.
Aman.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
A module upon Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Nathanawa.
Fananawa.
Ha. Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Bashalom.
Bashalom.
The water.
The water.
Aman.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
All right, we're going to go ahead and read Psalms 121. We're going to get into Hebrew and English. All right. Anashah.
Anashah.
Anyamya.
Anyamya.
Anyamyamya.
Anyamya.
Au.
Au.
Haharim.
Haharim.
Ma'aya.
Ma'aya.
Yabuwa'ah.
Yabuwa'ah.
Isaiah.
Isaiah.
Yabuwa'ah.
Yabuwa'ah.
Ma. Yahweh. Sha'aisha.
Sha'aisha.
Shamawam.
Shamawam.
Waharataza.
Waharataza.
La'a.
La'a.
Yanathan.
Yanathan.
Lamawat.
Lamawat.
Regalia.
Regalia.
Yala'a.
Yala'a.
Nawam.
Nawam.
Shashamoria.
Zamoria.
Hana.
Hana.
Yala'a.
Yala'a.
Nawam.
Nawam.
Wala'a.
Wala'a.
Yashan.
Yashan.
Shashawamar.
Zawamar.
Yasha'ala.
Yasha'ala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Shamoria.
Samaria.
Hahawa. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Tazoya.
Tazoya.
Al. Yam Yam Ya.
Yamya.
Yad.
Yad.
Hashamash.
Ashamash.
Yala'a.
Yala'a.
Hakaya.
Hakaya.
Bayawam.
Bayawam.
Wala'a.
Wala'a.
Halabana.
Halabana.
Bayalala.
Bayala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashamoria.
Yashamoria.
Makol.
Makol.
Rai.
Rai.
Yashamar.
Yashamar.
Napasha.
Pasha.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashamar.
Yashamar.
Hawalakia.
Hawalakia.
Wabawa'a.
Wabawa'a.
Wabawa'aya.
Wabaaya.
Ma'aita.
Ma'aita.
Wa'ai.
Wa'ai.
Awalamim.
Awalam. Psalms 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hill, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Shema Yasha'Allah.
Shema Yasha'Allah.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Echad.
Yahweh Echad.
Shema Yasha'Allah.
Shema Yasha'Allah.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Echad.
Yahweh Echad.
Shema Yasha'Allah.
Shema Yasha'Allah.
Yahweh
Yahweh
Allah Hayanawa.
Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Echad.
Yahweh Echad. Hear Israel, Yahweh, our power is one. Yahweh is one.
You want to go to the verse in Mark chapter 12, verse 29, and also Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4, to explain where that comes from. You know what I'm saying? What we're saying in Hebrew is the Israelite credo, and you can find it in Mark chapter 12, verse 29, and Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4.
Gotcha. Mark chapter 12, verse 29. And Yahweh shall answer him, the first of all the commandments is, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one.
Right. And then also in Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 and verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
All right. Yahweh Shemel Shai.
Yahweh Shemel Shai.
Abanawa,
Abanawa,
Shabashamayim,
Shabashamayim,
Kodash,
Kodash,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Shemka,
Shemka,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Malakwithka,
Malakwithka,
Taba'ah,
Taba'ah,
Ratazaka,
Ratazaka,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Aisha,
Aisha,
Barataza,
Barataza,
Kawa,
Kawa,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Bashamayim,
Bashamayim,
Nathanawa,
Nathanawa,
Lachom,
Lachom,
Kol,
Kol,
Yawam,
Yawam,
Wasalachnawa,
Wasalachnawa,
Kabwathnawa,
Kabwathnawa,
Kasalachnawa,
Kasalachnawa,
Kabwathinawa,
Kabwathinawa,
Wala'ah,
Wala'ah,
Zabiyanawa,
Zabiyanawa,
Wanasaya one,
Wanasaya
Abo,
Abo,
Yahweh Shai Mayan,
Mayan,
Rai,
Rai,
Kaya,
Kaya,
Laka,
Laka,
Hamalakwa,
Hamalakwa,
Waha'ala,
Waha'ala,
Wata Para,
Wata
Lai Walamim, Aman.
Amen. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
All right, now we're going to say the 10 Commandments. La'ah Yahweh,
La'ah Yahweh,
Laka,
Laka,
Alahayim,
Alahayim,
Akarium,
Akarium,
Al,
Al,
Panya,
Panya. Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
La'ah,
La'ah,
Ta'aina,
Ta'aina,
Laka,
Laka,
Pasol,
Pasol,
Wala'ah,
Wala'ah,
Ta'ad Badam,
Ta'ad. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
La'ah,
La'ah,
Thalakwaka,
Talakwaka,
Sham,
Sham,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Bashawa,
Bashawa. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Zakar,
Zakar,
Hayawam,
Hayawam,
Hashabath,
Hashabath,
Lakwadashwa,
Lakodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Kabaj,
Kabad,
Abaka,
Abada. Wow.
Wa'amaka,
Wa'amaka. Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'ah,
La'ah,
Daratazak,
Tabatazak. Thou shalt not kill, murder.
La'ah,
La'ah,
Thana'ah,
Tana'ah. Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'ah,
La'ah,
Thanagah,
Tanagah. Thou shalt not steal.
La'ah,
La'ah,
Tha'aina,
Ta'aina,
Shakur,
Shakur. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
La'ah,
La'ah,
Thakamad,
Kamad,
Kol,
Kol,
Ashrah,
Asherah,
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 Lara'aika,
La'aika. Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
See that? Yeshavium? the Torah. Okay, yeah, I'm blow the trumpet. Let me bless the Torah too. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Ahawa'ah. Nathon Nalawa. Hathara'ah.
Hathara'ah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Nathan. Lanawa. Awar. Lara'ah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Ahawa'ah. Nathon Nalawa. Hayawal. Kwara. Lakora. Ha'aim.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
All right. All right. Shabim.
Sit down.
Yeah. Got it. All right, because we have a certain amount of brothers, so we're gonna have to divide it up. Now we got 4 brothers, so we're gonna read 40 verses apiece, verses 53 verses apiece. All right. Yeah, you put it. Yeah, you just put it. All right, Yeshabium. Oh, actually, we're gonna call in. We're gonna salute in the first brother. We're gonna go from the youngest upward. So, Quan.
Yeah.
Quan first. Actually, on the same rank, huh? Yeah. But you know what? But who passed it to
You
you?
passed it to first.
Okay, well, then Quan, you up?
Quan.
Quan.
Out.
Shal Shabbatah.
Quam, Shal Shabbatah, Ba Yehuda, Ba Yasharal.
Quan. Shal Shabbatah. Ban Yehuda. Ban Yashala. Amaju. Barak. Yahweh Hashem Yahshua.
Yahba Hashem Yashabakatam.
All right. We're gonna go ahead and have a seat. Take seats. We're gonna go ahead and start the class from Genesis chapter 23, and because we're gonna read 40 verses apiece, we're gonna start off and say it again. Oh yeah, come on.
Camera's down.
Yeah,
Follow the camera.
yeah. No, brother, please come in,
I'm always in the way of
Brother.
That's crazy.
brother. You always by the door, right? All right, so we're gonna read. You got 40. We got 40 apiece. So you're gonna read Genesis chapter 23, verse 1 through 20, and then you're gonna stop at Genesis chapter 24 to the 20th verse in Genesis 24. All right.
You stand up.
No, you stand. Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and stand up.
Yeah, stand.
Stand up, because that's the
Voice
protocol.
projection.
Yeah. And I want the mic to pick it up. We're not using that mic right now. I think it causes maybe a little bit of an echo. So we're just going to use the mic on the computer. Or this one right here. So,
Genesis 23, verse 1. And Sarah was 107 and 20 years old. These were the years of the life of Sarah. And Sarah died in Kerharabah. The same is Hebron, in the land of Canaan.
So how old was Sarah?
She was 107 and 20 years.
Yeah,
127 years old.
That's a blessed life, bro.
yep.
Long life, bro.
Yeah, Sarah, the Most High blessed Sarah, you know, and when you look at, some writers say that, you know, Sarah may have lived longer, but that's only speculation. Some writers say she may have lived longer if it wasn't for the feeling that she had or possessed, the heartbreak of Abraham almost having to sacrifice Isaac. You know what I'm saying? But that's neither here nor there. I'm just saying some writers have written that she may have died of heartbreak, but I doubt it. She had a long life. You know what I'm saying? And Abraham took good care of Sarah. You know what I'm saying? Read on.
And Abraham came to mourn for Sarah and to weep for her. And Abraham stood up from before his dead and spake unto the sons of Het, saying, I am a stranger and a sojourner with you. Give me a possession of a burying place with you, that I may bury my dead out of my sight. And the children of Heth answered Abraham.
Now this is real critical, because it's a custom for our people to bury their dead, man. You know what I'm saying? Now, what's gotten popular is cremation. Now, cremation is something that the nations used to do. You know, there's an old VHS tape called Mondo Magic, and if you can find it, find it. If you can find it on DVD, even better. But I know initially it only came out in VHS tape, and in Mondo Magic, it was basically these camera guys going around studying the cultures of civilizations from other nations and other places, from Africa to India to China to all over the world. And specifically, when it came to their dead, each nation has their own particular type of ritual that they have regarding their dead. Some would, in Africa, they would leave their dead on the ground and just leave them out in the open and just let the buzzards get on them. And some would put them, would char them. In India in particular, I remember on the video, some of the dead were partially burned, partially cremated, and then as they weren't burned all the way, and then their bodies were dumped in the Ganges River.
Yeah, it was the river. When you watch the video, I watched the video. You see bones and people,
half charred bodies.
It's like Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
It's like in the ending stage, you hit somebody off the bridge, and they fatality, and you see like the bones. That's how the river looks. It's disgusting.
And it's the same. And in these cultures, the same place they drink from, same river they drink from, same river they bathe from, and you'll watch an ancestor of yours, a cousin, a relative, half burnt floating down the river. They just let them go in the water, and that's just customs. That's just people's customs. But when it came to our people, when it came to our culture, we buried our dead. And just to prove that some more, give me Wisdom of Solomon. That wasn't our thing to leave our dead just hanging out on the grass. You know what I'm saying?
There he is.
Yeah, that wasn't our custom, man.
Yeah, that's amazing.
All right, give me Wisdom of Solomon. I'm sorry, 2nd Ezra. Let's go to 2nd Ezra. Second Ezra, start at verse 22. Chapter 2, verse 22. He can read it. I mean, you're gonna go back to reading in the scripture. Yeah, he can read.
2nd Ezra, chapter 2, and verse 22. Keep the old and young within thy walls.
What did the Most High say?
Keep the old and young within thy walls.
He said, you keep your old and your young within what?
Thy walls.
This is another thing that you can show even up until today. You didn't just put, especially our people. We just didn't put our people in nursing facilities or these old folks homes, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? Usually our people, specifically Judah, I'm talking about the children of Israel, they would have a place in the back room. They would have their room, and they'd be in that room till they died. And that's where you would see your grandpa until he went out. Or you saw your grandma until she went out. And she'd always be in that back room. She'd have her own room. Sometimes the grandkids sleep in the bed with her. But it was a common thing for our people to keep our old people with us. That's out of respect. We have respect with it, but for one, nursing home was so damn expensive. For two, that just wasn't our custom. He said, keep thy old and thy young within thy walls. Go ahead.
Wheresoever thou findest the dead.
And for us, it is written down, wherever you find the dead, read on.
Take them and bury them.
You're supposed to do what?
Take them and bury them.
No, you're supposed to scatter their ashes in the ocean.
Take them and bury them.
Because he liked cycling, and he was a motorcycle rider, so you're just supposed to open his ashes up and ride on the motorcycle and let his ashes go out the window. So he can be free.
You know what's crazy? Us being around these nations, You know, the modernized adaptation of that ritual is now like in Chicago. Brothers rap about this. They cremate the dead homies, and then they mix them with weed and they smoke their homies.
Smoke the ashes.
Yeah, smoke a Tuka pack. Because Tuka died, so he got cremated. They took his ashes, they smoked it. So it's like a custom. It's like a new, Israel being around the nation's custom life. You know
that just shows you the negligence of our people.
That's new. That's a new thing.
That's not something that was our custom, bro. We didn't do that to our dead. Our dead, we took them and we paid respect to them and we put them in the ground. So for people that say, and this question is always asked about cremation, is it lawful? You don't read about cremation being lawful. And all throughout the scriptures, you read about when we find our dead, when our people die, we do what? Read that again.
And bury them.
You don't cremate them. You don't let the ashes go out the window. You know what I'm saying? You don't set them free in the ocean. You know what I'm saying? You don't do that. He said, take them and bury them. You put their body in the ground. Go ahead.
And I will give thee the first place in my resurrection.
Because you know what? The Most High still got something to do with that person. And what's so crazy is that part of the class that we're going into today is about resurrection. You know what I'm saying? But it's necessary that you put that body down, you lay that body down to rest. That's what Job said. Go to Job chapter 14. Real quick. And we'll get back to the reading. Go to Job chapter 14. Start at verse 10.
Job chapter 14 and verse 10. But man died and wasted away.
And you put his body in the ground, he wasted away. We know worms, decomposition. We understand this. The body starts to decay. The Most High got enzymes in the air, bacteria in the air to start immediately breaking the body down. You know what I'm saying? And that's the process of decomposition. Read on.
Yea, man giveth up the ghost.
And the man does what?
Giveth up the spirit.
He giveth up the ghost. He give up his spirit. His spirit is gone. The minute your spirit leaves the body starts to decay. It's created that way. Read on.
And where is he?
And so the question is, where is he? So the Most High, that man's spirit goes back to the Most High, but they're at rest. They're resting. That's a resting place. So it's the Most High knows what goes on, because a lot of people don't know what's happening after life. Everybody say they know what's going on with life after death. Nobody knows. But we know that Job said what? They lay it down. Where's the spirit? Jump down to verse 12.
Verse 12. So man lieth down and riseth not, till the heavens be no more.
Go ahead.
They shall not awake, nor be raised out of their sleep.
Out of their what?
Out of their sleep.
So they sleep. That's why even when Saul raised up Samuel, he troubled him, man. He said, "What? Why are you troubling? Why you trouble me, man?" His rest was good, man. He was in a deep sleep, man. He was in a spiritual sleep.
God.
His rest was good. He said, "Why you wake me up? Why you trouble me?"
Bring it back to this.
Yeah, you brought me back to this place. So he said,
"Counselor."
Yeah.
Counsel again?
He said, still counseling. Still counseling, even in the.
And he was rebellious. Like you don't listen. I know you ain't gonna listen to this counsel.
Right.
That I'm back and I'm here.
It's the fact that I'm here.
I know you ain't listening.
Calling for counsel, you didn't follow me. Call it, God.
Read that. Read on in Job. It's crazy, bro. But a lot of customs may do what they want with their dead.
God.
But that's not how we deal with our dead. We don't burn our dead up. We don't scatter their ashes. We don't smoke their ashes. We don't do none of that craziness, man. He said they sleep, man. Let them rest. Read on. Give them a proper burial. Go ahead.
Verse 13. Oh, that thou wouldest hide me in the grave.
And Job understood the process of death. Job understood what happens after death. He said, the Most High just going to hide me in the what?
In the grave.
In the grave. Not in the ocean. He's going to hide me in the grave. Go ahead. A sepulture.
That thou wouldest keep me secret.
And he said, but the Most High will keep me what?
Secret.
Go ahead.
Until thy wrath be past.
Until the Most High is not angry no more. And then what?
That thou wouldest appoint me a set time.
And he said, and as I'm resting, the Most High is going to give me a set time. Go ahead.
And remember me.
And he's not going to forget about me. He's going to come back and get me. And we're going to discuss, we're bringing it up now. In about 3-4 hours from now, we're going to bring it back up again. And we're going to particularly go through what Job is talking about right here. Because that's actually part of the Sabbath class today. But we're ending the Sabbath class with the resurrection. So he says, the Most High will put me in that position of sleep and rest until he remembers me. The Most High never forgets you. You don't just, let him go, let him fly. You're supposed to keep them in remembrance. Not to where it breaks your heart. Not to where it troubles you, to where you can't get over that person dying. We just read that Abraham was, he grieved for Sarah, his wife, for a long time. But it wasn't to the point of how we grieve where I just can't let it go. And then we die. Matter of fact, go there. Go to Ecclesiastes in the Apocrypha. Go read this right quick. Ecclesiastes in the Apocrypha chapter 3, verse 41. Start at verse 3.
Ecclesiastes chapter 41 and verse 3. Fear not the sentence of death.
It says what?
Fear not the sentence of death.
Job didn't fear death. Abraham understood death. Moses understood death. David understood death. All the patriarchs of the Bible understood death. The only people that don't understand death is us. We're the ones that's estranged or separated from our culture. We're the ones that don't know how to take when family members die. You know what I'm saying? We're the ones that don't know how to handle it or deal with it or how to move forward or can't let it go. But we have to understand it's if you go to the Bible, you'll find out how we're supposed to deal with death. Let that person rest. Read on.
Remember them.
It said do what?
Remember them.
It said you remember them. You keep them in your mind, man. As long as you got them in your mind and what they taught you and the joy that you had with them, they're never gonna die. Their legacy gonna live on through your interactions with your people. Read on.
Remember them that have been before thee.
He says that have been before thee. Go ahead.
And that come after.
And it says and the ones that come after. Jump back to read on. We're gonna read. We're gonna stay in Ecclesiastes.
That's powerful. It says remember them that come before thee and that come after. So I'm supposed to live my life to make sure that the next generation is straight too.
Yeah.
I can't be living this selfish life.
God.
Think about me.
A lot of people want to just enjoy their life, live life to the fullest and die with no regard of the future generation.
Yeah, you can't be like that. That's selfish.
Right. Read on.
For this is the sentence of the Lord over all flesh.
This is the what?
The sentence of the Lord.
This is the sentence or the judgment of the Most High over what?
Over all flesh.
Guess what? Everybody listening in earshot of us, whether you're in the classroom or you on YouTube or Zoom, guess what? The Most High. This is the Most High's judgment for all of us.
Come.
It's better that we understand this now versus to the time that he comes and we panicking with no confidence.
Oh, no.
Yeah. He said, fear not the sentence of death. He said, this is the sentence of the Most High over all flesh. Everything must die and be rejuvenated. But read on.
And why art thou against the pleasure of the Most High?
It's the Most High's pleasure that we rest. It's the Most High's joy that, after a long life, like Sarah lived 127 years, that she, through all the children she begat, and watched her children grow, and watch her seed become a great nation, that she enjoyed, and she go at rest in peace. That's a beautiful thing. Jump back to verse chapter 38 and give me start at verse 17.
Ecclesiastes 38
verse 16.
Verse 16. My son.
He said, my son, read.
Let tears fall down over the dead.
That's what we just got through reading that Abraham was doing. It says in verse 3 of Genesis 23 and 3. Read that again. No, 23 and 2.
Yeah. And Sarah died, and Keharabah. The same is Hebron in the land of Canaan.
Go ahead.
And Abraham came to mourn for Sarah.
And Abraham came to do what?
Mourn for Sarah.
Yeah, man. You're supposed to cry for your people when you lose them. You're supposed to let it out. You're supposed to accept it. That's part of the acceptance of it. Read on.
And to weep for her.
And to what?
Weep for her.
You're damn right Abraham was crying. You know what? If I lose my wife, I'm going to cry too. If I lose anybody that's close to me, I'm going to cry. I'm going to shed tears. You know why I'm going to shed tears? Because I care. You know why I'm going to shed tears? Because I love them. That's why I'm gonna cry, right? So hold that and go back to where we at in Ecclesiastes.
Ecclesiastes 38 and verse 16. My son, let tears fall down over the dead.
And you're supposed to cry. That's part of the process. It's part of accepting the sentence of the Most High. Read on.
And begin to lament.
To lament, which means to wail. Not just cry, but oh Lord, oh no. You know what I'm saying? It's more than just crying. It's an intense crying. You're crying in a severe case. Read on.
As if thou hadst suffered great harm thyself.
You know what? As if it was you that was going.
So the way black folks act in burials is actually legit.
It's actually.
I thought I was off this whole time.
Yeah. You know,
I was
Why you doing that, man?
Yeah, it's scriptural.
Yeah, nah, listen, bro, because I mean, we have a lot of funerals in my family out. We have a lot of funerals out. It's like, I don't know why. Like pork, I guess. Out. You know what I'm saying? You look up, there's a lot of, so they're very passionate, expressions out.
Kind of.
And I thought it was just black folks being, overbearing.
Being extreme when it comes to the kin folks dying.
But that's in our spirit.
No, that's in our spirit to cry like that. It's in our spirit to wail.
Wow, bro. I didn't know that.
You know what I'm saying? We're supposed to do that because those are our loved ones. Go ahead.
And then cover his body.
And you do what?
Cover his body.
No, you burn his body.
Cover his body.
No, you scatter his ashes.
Cover his body.
Mummify him. You just wrap him up and just keep wrapping him up.
Putrefy him. Turn him into a stone. Petrify him.
like he's still alive, man.
Yeah, like he's still there.
And he's sitting in the back room, man.
Embalm him and that damn formaldehyde.
Yeah, formaldehyde.
So his body can stay, or you put him in a cryon freezer. It just freezes his body in a cryon freezer until that's what people want to do.
People do that now. That's a new thing.
Yeah, they want to be in a cryon freezer so that way when technology catches up, they can revitalize their body. You know what I'm saying? Because they found that with frog eggs, you could freeze them for a number of years, and once you thaw them out, they come back to life. Man wants that ability.
Oh, they want that bad.
Man wants the ability to live forever, man.
You still gotta die.
You still got to die, man. The Most High said it's appointed that every man should die what? Once. Everybody's going to die. Everybody going to get it. You can't escape it. Everybody running from death. You can't run from it. It's inevitable. Best thing to do is understand it and accept it. Because you can't run from it. We all going to meet that sentence. Right? Read on.
Cover his body.
You say you do what?
Cover his body.
So the whole thing that they got with the whole AI thing right now, I know that they trying to do it to where they can take your consciousness and put it into an AI. So is that still considered dying after they done took away all that? If they accomplish that and put your consciousness into an AI and you continue to live on through that.
You know what? Your spirit ain't gonna be on that AI. That's just gonna be data. They just gonna have data. That's just a computer harvesting your data. But what gives you life is your spirit. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, go to Psalms, was it 129 and 30? Can't take your consciousness and put it in a computer. See, sometimes you don't want the person's consciousness.
Yeah. Some movie Black Mirror, that TV show Black Mirror, and they had San Pedro. They just in the 80s forever.
I think it's Psalms 129 and.
Look, they trying to tell something about Black Mirror.
Is it 119, 30? Let me hold on.
Trying to sell some new products.
Yeah, man. Yeah, they pushing that on the low. Black market.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me get this real quick.
Black Mirror trip
It's man, I ain't read this in so long. Let me get this. Let me pull it up real quick. Let me get it real quick because you brought it up and I'm glad you said it. And Psalms 104. That's what it is. Not 103. Psalms 104 and 29. Read this right here. Let's read
Psalms chapter 104 and verse 29.
Because the question that the brother asked was, using artificial intelligence and AI systems, is it possible to put somebody's consciousness inside of a computer, that way they live on forever? That's fantasy, and that's movie, that's Hollywood. You know what I'm saying? That's not how the body works. As much of the Frankenstein experiments that man has done on earth to create life, they've all gone wrong. As much as man's been trying to make Frankenstein and trying to live forever and find the secret to immortality, find the fountain of youth, it's not possible.
So I guess the whole cloning is a hoax.
Cloning is just duplicating the DNA in the cell. But as far as cloning a spirit, no. Or sustaining the spirit longer on earth to defy the Most High.
Nope.
Because what we don't understand is the Most High is choosing, and we just had a class on this, and the Most High kills.
I know, because that's exactly, because I never thought it would happen. I seen it in movies, but some dude in China cloned a human. I was listening to it. I don't know if it's true or not.
I wouldn't doubt it, but as far as the preservation of the spirit, the preservation of the consciousness, this is what the Most High say about that. And I'm not saying it's you. I'm saying I know that these people are trying, different nations in science, in alchemy, they'll try to do anything. Like I said, man been trying to make Frankenstein from the beginning. Man has always tried to play the role of the Most High. And it's always failed. Shit, man, they be trying to make super soldiers. They trying to take things, make devices that tap into the memory, that wipe the memory bank away, and then implant data to make you a damn a weapon.
Because that was the whole sense of it. They know it's only going to last so long.
Right.
So they'll, whatever the AI accumulate, whatever consciousness it accumulates through that second life or whatever not, they make sure they pay. So when that this one dies again, they drop him in another one. And he just continues. And
he can live on.
Forever.
See, he can take his mind, and then once his body gets old and dies, he can move forward in a new body. And this is what the Most High say about it. And this is the downside of science and people that don't honor the scriptures. They're gonna do anything. There's nothing that people in this world I wouldn't put past them. From cloning to altering genes, they're already creating a selective process to where when you have children, they can alter the genetic structure in the chromosomes to where you want your kids to have blue eyes, blonde hair. They can tailor make your child like a dog and switch out the clothes like a dog, switch out the eye color like a dog. You know what I'm saying? They're already playing with the human genome and playing with the human species. They all play. That's sorcery. That's witchcraft. Because all of it is, I'm not accepting what the Most High has given me. And even if the Most High has taken my life, I'm not accepting it. I want to put my mind into a damn artificial database, and I can live on, and they can plant me into a new body. But read that in Psalms 104. That's crazy, man.
Psalms 104 and verse 29.
Go ahead.
Thou hidest thy face.
When the Most High angry with you, or when the Most High said, man, it's time to take this person's spirit. I'm about to take this person off the earth. Read on.
They are trouble.
He said that's when the person's in trouble. When the Most High makes that determination. This person got to come with me. He said they're trouble. Go ahead.
Thou takest away their breath.
The Most High takes your breath away. At the time that the Most High takes your breath away, read on.
They die and return.
And you know what? And this is why a lot of people are pronounced dead in the hospital, but they're sustained by life support.
True. Not life though.
They call it life support, but the only thing that's being sustained is that carcass, is that body. But mentally, cognitively, the brain, psychologically, and spiritually, this person's already gone. And then the family has to be left behind to find out, do we pull the plug? Do we pull the plug on this person and just accept the fact that they are gone? Do I accept the fact that this person's gone and I just pull the plug, or do I just say, you know what, leave them on life support, maybe something's gonna happen? Because over time, only after the brain goes, even if the person did come back, their function, the brain controls the whole body. They would be a vegetable. They'd just be laying there numb, looking up. And some people have consciousness, and that's torture in itself. Some people, the Most High did not take their spirit, but their body is so damaged that they can't move, and they're in a state of paralysis. And they're a vegetable in that sense as well. That's just as scary. I'd rather just go. But to be in a position where you can only blink, and you can't move or speak or talk, and you're just there sedated, waiting to die, that's not a life either. You know what I'm saying? That's not a life either. But as far as people trying to prolong consciousness, man, the Most High said, I'm going to take that breath and what?
So in that state, in that state you just spoke of, and they find a way to take that, his Robocop. You know
Robocop, huh?
You know what I mean?
Half man, half machine, huh? The bionic man, $6 billion man.
Because I mean, like these, I don't know if you've seen how they got these new AIs. They on some I don't know. Like, I mean, you can't tell.
You know, I don't doubt it. Like I said, I can't put nothing past science, especially people that don't believe. They're gonna push limits, man. They're gonna push. They're gonna push all the limits.
And the brother that started it, he said by the year 2050, he said that he wanted to be to where humanity don't know that they standing right next to an AI.
That's the way he wants it. Now, why would he want that? Who knows? It's you know what? That's this man's imagination. You know what? But the way the Most High created the body, he gives it a certain amount of time to function. Can you open the blinds up for me? He gives it a certain amount of time to function, and then he snatches it.
But your rib is out. She's an AI, huh?
Yeah. Ain't a real rib.
That's right. She never goes to the bathroom, huh? You didn't notice that?
She never go to the restroom, huh?
Hey, if that's the case, a lot of ribs is AI then. If you know what I mean, for those that understand.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It ain't gonna be gross about it, but married couples understand.
Yeah. It's that spy versus spy.
You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, read on.
They died.
They what?
They died.
They die. Go ahead.
And returned to their dust.
And what happens when we die?
Return to their dust.
Because what are we made out of?
Dust.
We're made out of earth, man. We're made out of dust. So that's why they say ashes to ashes, dust to dust. You know what I'm saying? We go right back to the dust. We go right back to what we were made of. Our original composition, which is earth, soil, minerals. We go right back to the earth, right? So that's the process of, but it's not done yet. Read on.
Thou sendest forth thy spirit.
And but can the spirit stay on earth into another database?
No.
In some hardware program, some software engineered program on a thumb drive? You gonna keep my spirit on a thumb drive?
I'm about 3 gigabytes, man.
Yeah, I'm at 3 gigs, man. Oh man, he was simple. He was simple. He was only 3 gigs. That is funny. But
He was simple.
let me stop, man. He said they died. Go ahead.
They are created, and thou renewest the face of the earth.
And what does the Most High do? He take that spirit, and he'll decide when it's time to bring that spirit back. He'll decide what to do with that spirit. And usually what he does with that spirit, he says, he renews the face of the earth. And we know Christ even said that John the Baptist was Elijah the prophet. You read that in Matthew chapter 11. So we know reincarnation is real. Otherwise, it would never have spoken about John being Elijah. You know what I'm saying? So, let that go. Now we know what happens to the spirit. To answer that question, go back to where we were in no, not yet. In Job. Go back to where we were at in Job. But now finish Ecclesiastes, because I want to get that too. Ecclesiastes 38, 16. One more time.
Ecclesiastes 38 and verse 16. My son, let tears fall down over the dead body.
You're supposed to cry when you lose somebody. That's what Abraham was doing when he lost Sarah. He was crying, man. He was weeping, man. You're supposed to. It's part of the process. Read on.
And began to lament.
Go ahead.
As if thou hadst suffered great harm thyself.
Read on.
And then cover his body.
And do what?
And cover his body.
And cover his body. Go ahead.
According to the custom.
According to the what?
The custom.
What was our custom? You bury people. That's not to cremate, to spread ashes, to leave somebody out on the lawn, to just let them float in the river, throw their body overboard. That's not our custom. Let the seagulls pick at them. Let the sharks pick them apart. That's not our custom.
I mean, but that's what they did to my cousin. I mean, it was because he ain't had no insurance or nothing.
Damn.
Bro. So.
And usually that's the cause of cremation. If it's not written down in a will or by choice by the person, usually it's due to the fact that I can't afford a damn headstone because it's so damn expensive. And if I do can afford a burial plot, I can barely afford the casket because the casket is so expensive. And then if you get a donated casket and you don't got a headstone, a lot of times, especially with our people, we so poor. If you don't know the tree at the cemetery and the road and the rock and that other person that that do have a headstone, if you're not able to navigate in that cemetery and the grass get cut and knock off that little bitty plastic plaque, aluminum plaque that got your name on it, it's gonna get thrown around and nobody even gonna know where you at. You get lost in the cemetery.
You visit the wrong person.
You know what I'm saying? They're going to come visit you like he was around. He was somewhere around here. So, as far as we know, you take this curve, and then it was the oak tree, and then by the oak tree with the steeple, somewhere in between here he lies.
That's how my grandma, she got a headstone, but she up on a pine tree.
And hopefully they keep that pine tree there. You know what I'm saying? Most of the time cemeteries maintain the lawn. But that's our culture though. It still goes back to how we deal with our dead. We respect our dead. It said our custom was to do what?
And neglect not his burial.
And neglect not his what?
His burial.
Right. So that's how we deal with our dead. All right. We came from the earth, and we just go back into the womb of the earth. Go right back into the earth's womb. That's where we came from. Go ahead.
Weep bitterly.
Go ahead.
And make great moan.
Go ahead.
And use lamentation.
And cry your heart out. Read on.
As he is worthy.
Because that person is what?
He is worthy.
Sarah was worthy of Abraham's tears, man. Sarah was worthy of Abraham's mourning. You know what I'm saying? They had a great relationship. Go ahead.
And that a day or two.
He said, but don't let it go on too long. Don't let the mourning progress too far. Don't let it get out of hand. Go ahead.
Lest that be evil spoken of.
And that evil spoken of is, you have to understand what he's saying. That evil spoken of is, why are you so angry about it? What's wrong with you? That's the evil spoken of is, you don't have faith that the Most High, that this person is with the Most High. Why are you taking it so hard if it's the Most High's pleasure? Are you gonna get angry? Because you know what people do? I hate to say it, but people curse the Most High after their family died. But it happens all the time. Why, Lord, you took him. You took him from me, I curse you. Wasn't that what Satan told the Most High? That Job was going to do?
Yeah.
He said, let me touch him, and he going to curse you to thy face. And that's a bad sign. That because I can't accept the fact that this person was taken from me. Now I'm cursing the Most High. Now me and the Most High got a bad relationship. That's evil, man. Go ahead.
And then comfort thyself.
He said, but weep and comfort thyself. Go ahead.
For thy heaviness.
Go ahead. Read on.
For of heaviness cometh death.
Because if you don't let it go, and you don't get it out of your system and cry it out, if you don't let it go, it's going to do what? It's going to eat at you. It's going to take you to the grave sooner than later. That's why it's so necessary to cry at the funerals, to accept it. So you can get it out your system and you can move on with your life. But don't let the person go in your mind. Always keep that person in mind. Go ahead.
And the heaviness of the heart.
Because the heaviness of the heart does what?
Breaketh strength.
It will make you weak. Depression.
Damn.
It breaks your strength. Because I'm depressed because I lost somebody. I remember a cousin of mine, and she was 17, and her boyfriend died. And she lost it. She lost it. She was sleeping at the cemetery on top of his grave for days. She was popping pills trying to kill herself because she just couldn't accept the fact that her boyfriend died at 17. She lost it for a while. I was little, but I remember like yesterday. They would find her all the time at the cemetery. And because she didn't accept it, she wanted to join him. That's why it says, for of heaviness cometh what?
Death.
And the heaviness of the heart does what?
Breaketh strength.
Break its strength. Read on down.
In affliction also sorrow remaineth.
Go ahead.
And the life of the poor is the curse of the heart.
Read on.
Take no heaviness to heart.
It says, okay, she died. Get it out. Get your mourning out. Get that person's worthy of your tears. Move forward. Read on.
Drive it away.
Go ahead.
And remember the last end.
And you still supposed to keep that person in mind. You're supposed to remember y'all's relationship. Remember y'all's conversation. Remember the things that y'all have done. Remember the good times. Celebrate the good times. Read on.
Forget it not.
Go ahead.
For there is no turning again.
Go ahead.
Thou shalt do him good. Slack. Thou shalt not do him good, but hurt thyself.
Go ahead.
Remember my judgment.
The Most High said, don't hurt yourself. He said, remember my judgment. This is the Most High's judgment that we die.
So is it lawful then to say like my cousin just passed and I'm having a drink or something, I drink to my cousin? Is that unlawful?
No, it's not. But as far as to go taking it to another level after you've lost a loved one, as far as to hurt yourself, that's unnecessary. Or you got or paint images, because that's what we do. Go to Leviticus 19.
Tattoos.
Yeah, that's what we got to go to. Cause that's our people. You know what I'm saying? That's what we do. We don't let them go. We want to tattoo them on our body. Look at that, like Leviticus 19:28. Leviticus chapter 19, verse 28.
Leviticus 19:28. You shall not make any cutting in your flesh.
And because we don't want to let it go, we don't want to let that person's memory go, what we come up with, our solution and our answer for not wanting to let we're in Leviticus chapter 19, verse 28. Because our solution for not letting that person go when they die, the best thing we come up with is we smoke, we drink, pour out a little liquor, and then go get a tattoo. But that ain't even brand new. There's nothing new under the sun. That's why the Most High said this. Read that again.
You shall not make any cutting in your flesh for
who?
the dead.
For who?
For the dead.
And this is a custom of the nations. This is what they do. He said they make cuttings in their flesh. They get tattoos. They put R.I.P. so and so. They put praying hands. They take the picture the best looking picture that they can find and go find the best tattoo artist and paint that person's picture on their body. Is that not our people? But that's not how you deal. That's not how you deal with the dead. That's not how you honor them. He said, "Thou shalt not do what?
You shall not make any cutting in your flesh for the dead.
Read on.
Nor print any marks upon you.
Nor do what?
Print any marks upon you.
And you ain't supposed to be printing R.I.P. so and so, sunrise, June 1. You know what I'm saying? Such and such, such and such.
I did them right.
Sunset. So and so. So that's not how you deal with your dead. But ain't nobody ever taught it. That's why the Most High said our people are destroyed for what? Lack of knowledge. Ain't nobody taught us how to deal with the dead. Ain't nobody showed us. Nobody has shown us how we're supposed to grieve and mourn and how to move on in life. Nobody showed us. All right. So let that go. Now let that go in Ecclesiastes and go back to Job real quick. We got to bring that up because we're gonna read it later. We're in Job chapter 14. Is that where we at?
Job 14.
Yes. We're in Job.
We're in Job 14 and 11 right now.
14 and 11.
Yeah.
Yeah. Read Read verse 11.
Job 14, verse 11. As the waters fell, from the sea, and the flood decayeth and drieth up, so man lieth down.
He says, so man does what?
Lieth down.
Go ahead.
And riseth not.
Go ahead.
Till the heavens be no more. They shall not awake, nor be raised out of their sleep.
You know, when Job, keep reading.
Oh that thou wouldest hide me in the grave, that thou wouldest keep me secret.
He said that thou would have what?
Hide me in the grave, that thou wouldest keep me secret.
Job understood that death was only temporary. He knew that death wasn't permanent. It wasn't your final resting place. That's just the final resting place for the body, but that's not the final resting place for the spirit. He said that the Most High, he said that would keep me secret while the Most High is angry. Obviously, he said, just hide me in the grave, put me in a position where the Most High's anger could pass over me and then bring me back up and remember me. That's what he's begging for. And to prove that, go to Isaiah chapter 26. Isaiah chapter 26, verse 20.
Isaiah 26, verse 20. Come, my people, enter thou into thy chambers.
He said, enter thou into thy what?
Chambers.
He said, man, into the chambers is talking about them graves. Read on.
And shut thy doors about thee.
Go ahead.
Hide thyself as it were for a little moment.
He says, hide thyself as it was for a little moment. Go ahead.
Until the indignation.
Until the what?
Indignation.
Until the Most High's anger pass over. Until he's not angry with us anymore. Till his wrath pass over. Doesn't that sound like the Passover? Then you go in the house and shut your door, and they put the blood on the post of the door, and the angel of death passed over your house. He's saying the same thing. Put yourself in a safe place so the Most High's anger don't affect you. Job was begging for death in that aspect. But he also knew it was only for a moment. He said, hide thyself for a moment. Go ahead.
Until the indignation be overpassed.
And that's what Job was talking about right here. Just put me in the grave until you ain't angry no more, then bring me back up. You know what I'm saying? That's all he's saying in retrospect. Now go back to Job and finish that.
If a man die, shall he live again?
Shall he live again? Go ahead.
All the days of my appointed time.
Because that's what people don't understand. People don't understand death. Death is not final. He said, all the days of my appointed time will I what?
Will I wait?
He said, I'm going to wait. Go ahead.
Till my change come.
Until the Most High needs me again. Until he remembers me. And at the time that the Most High is going to remember us is what we're going to bring about in class. I'm not going to spoil it yet, but it's what we're going to bring about in this class. When will the Most High remember us? Even when we die. Some of us may still be alive when Christ comes back. Some of us may not be alive to see the coming of Christ. But where are we at in regard of the Most High if we make it? And where are we at in regard of the Most High if we don't make it? I don't want to spoil it. We're going to bring that up later on. Read on.
Thou shalt call, and I will answer thee.
And the Most High, he's going to remember us. He's going to call us, and we're going to answer out of the grave. Go ahead.
Thou wilt have a desire to the work of thine hand.
And he said, the Most High, until the Most High needs me again, I'll be in that grave. Until the Most High needs me again. That's how it works. But let's go back to Abraham, where we at now, Genesis. It's a lot. Let's get back on topic. But it's all part of the class, man. Mourning for the dead and how we're supposed to mourn for the dead. That's all part. It's all in what we're reading.
This is right. This is a right way to do it.
Right. Genesis chapter 23, and let's pick it back up. I think you had it, Kwame, right?
Okay.
Genesis 23
and 6. Right?
Yeah.
Genesis 23 and 6. Hear us, my Lord. Thou art a mighty prince among us. In the choice of our sepulchres,
Sepulchres.
bury thy dead. none of us shall withhold from thee his sepulchre, but that they mayest bury thy dead.
Go ahead.
And Abraham stood up and bowed himself to the people of the land, even to the children of Heth. And he continued with them, saying, if it be your mind that I should bury my dead out of my sight, hear me and entreat for me to Ephron, the son of Zohar, that he may give me the cave Machpelah, which he hath, which is in the end of his field, for as much money as it is worth.
He said, I'll pay this man for my wife Sarah, for to see her be buried properly, to give her a proper burial. He said, I'll pay you whatever that cave is worth, and that sepulcher is worth. That whatever it costs. And that's one main reason why our people consider cremation, because of the cost. You know what I'm saying? But if we're smart, let's accumulate, let's prepare ourselves. If we already know that death is imminent, and there's no way to escape it, it would be wise for us to not put that burden on our family's shoulders. You know what I'm saying? And put it on their shoulders to have to put us away.
At a time of mourning, bro.
Yeah, at the same time you mourning, you selling barbecue plates.
I need to get some insurance.
At the same time you mourning, you're doing fundraisers and food drives. You know what I'm saying? Trying to raise up the money to make sure that the family is dealt with right, man. It's bad enough that the person has to go, but now you gotta come up with something. You gotta hit everybody up. So it's if we can accept that death is inevitable. Some of us, like I said, the scriptures say, will be here when Christ returns. Some of us won't be. But until that time, we got to do something with ourselves, knowing what the Most High's judgment is. So it would be wise just to make sure we got some type of life insurance. You have some type of will written out, some type of power of attorney. These are things that we don't think about.
We don't want to think about.
We don't want to think about these things, man. These are aspects of life that we run from thinking about. It's out of sight, out of mind. But we don't know. We don't know. Like I said, I don't want my body burned up, because that's not the culture. It's not our culture. When Christ died, they laid him in a what? In a sepulcher. And they wrapped his body according to the custom. They anointed his body with oils. That's the culture. That's our culture. That's not changing because of cost. But it's a reality. But read on.
As it is worth, he shall give it me for possession of a burying place among us. And Ephron dwelt among the children of Heth. And Ephron the Hittite answered Abraham in the audience of the children of Heth, even of all that went in at the gate of his city, saying, Nay, my Lord, hear me. The field give I thee, and the cave that is therein I give it thee. In the presence of the sons of my people give I it thee. Bury thy dead.
He said, go ahead and bury your dead. Go ahead.
And Abraham bowed down himself before the people of the land. And he spake unto Ephron in the audience of the people of the land, saying, But if thou wilt give it, I pray thee, hear me. I will give thee money for the field. Take it of me.
He said, I will give thee what?
Money.
You know what? Abraham had some money set aside. The scriptures say all things are written aforetime was written for what? Our learning. You got to put some money to the side. I know I ain't got no money put up. You know what I'm saying? But I got to get some. It's just a reality. Got to put some money to the side, because you never know what may happen. Go ahead.
I will give thee money of the field. Take it of me, and I will bury my dead there. And Ephraim answered Abraham, saying unto him, My Lord, hearken unto me. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver.
I don't know what that is in modern day currency, based on the exchange rate, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't cheap. Go ahead.
What is that betwixt me and you? Salakia. What is that betwixt me and thee? Bury therefore thy dead. And Abraham hearkened unto Ephron. And Abraham weighed to Ephron the silver, which he had named in the audience of the sons of Heth, 400 shekels of silver, current money with the merchant.
Hey man, he pulled the money out, man. Gotta have the money, man. Go ahead. Burials are expensive. Go ahead.
And the field of Ephron, which was at Machpelah, which was then Mamre, the field, and the cave which was therein, and all the trees that were in the field, that were in all the borders round about, were made sure unto Abraham for possession in the presence of the children of Heth, before all that went in and at the gate of his city.
So he set aside a place for Sarah's burial. Go ahead.
Unto Abraham, and after this, Abraham buried Sarah his wife in the cave of the field of Machpelah, before Mamre. The same is Hebron in the land of Canaan, and the field and the cave that is therein were made sure unto Abraham for possession of a burying place by the sons of Heth.
All right, now you're going to go ahead and keep reading. We're going to go from here to Genesis chapter 24, and you're going to read, since we got more brothers in, we can go back to read 32 verses now. So only read 12 verses of the first 12 verses of Genesis chapter 24. All right.
And Abraham was old and well stricken in age, and the Lord had blessed Abraham in all things. And Abraham said unto his eldest servant of his house, that ruled over all that he had, put, I pray thee, thy hand under my thigh.
That was like a way to clasp arms. It's like if I'm doing this to a brother, that's like we're doing this. We're having an agreement. It's like, man, we're making a bond with each other, man. I'm making a guarantee to you, man. This is a deal. We're in agreement with each other. So that's what he's saying right here. It's not no homo stuff going on right here. You know, people read the scripture and misinterpret what he's saying. That's just them being brothers in arms, like you clasp somebody's forearm, you shake somebody's forearm. That's like saying, man, we're in agreement, man. Make me a deal, man. Make an agreement with me. Go ahead.
And I will make thee swear by the Most High, the God of heaven, and the God of the earth, that thou shalt not take a wife unto my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I dwell.
Now listen to what he said. He said, man, listen, man, make me a promise. Promise me, man, that you don't take a wife of the who? The Canaanites, man. It just shows you that we wasn't feeling them. We wasn't feeling them before the law.
It wasn't my African queen.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
We wasn't feeling them. Man.
My Nubian goddess.
Right.
It wasn't that.
Now when we we can show also how Jacob despised the Canaanites as well. The Canaanites is an ancient African culture that it's a group that's based upon the Amorites, the Hittites, the Phoenicians, the Girgashites, the Perizzites. All these are of the tribe of Canaan, or the sons of Canaan. That's why when we went into the land of Canaan, we had to wipe all these nations out in Canaan, because they're subgroups of Hamitic people. They're from the children of Ham. All right, there's the sons of Cush. So he said, do not take of a wife of these individuals. He said, make me a promise. Go ahead.
But thou shalt go unto my country and to my kindred, and take a wife unto my son Isaac.
He said, but when you get a wife, he said, take it of my kindred and of my people. You know, maybe nowadays people say, man, oh, that's your cousin. But biblically speaking, that's how they dealt with each other. They were relatives in a sense, but they were distant relatives, not like immediate household brother-sister relatives. You know what I'm saying? But as far as cousins, that was of a meritable, appropriate thing during this time. He said, take them of my people. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got to put one point
Yeah,
too.
go ahead.
And we got to show also another reason why, just to skip ahead real quick, Genesis 26 and verse 18.
You said Genesis 26, verse 18.
26 and verse 15.
Genesis 26 and 15.
Just showing how there wasn't a good rapport between Abraham and the Canaanites.
Genesis 26 and 15. For all the wells which his father's servants had digged in the days of Abraham his
So
father.
all the wells that were dug, the father established wells so we can travel as a nation and feed our animals and take care of our people. A well's where you build a city at. You know, you gotta have a water source to get a population, right? Read on.
The Philistines had stopped them.
Did what?
Stopped them.
Read on.
And filled them with earth.
So after Abraham died, what did these Canaanites do? What did these Philistines do? They put a whole bunch of dirt trying to store our legacy. They're haters. That's why Abraham didn't want to deal with them.
Trying to cut your water off.
Yeah, look. Abraham, you could at least use the water. We wouldn't trip if you used the water. You want some water?
He's standing up there looking at Abraham like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, the haters, bro. Abraham went all throughout the land, established wells out, feeding his flocks, feeding and establishing cities. Right. And then here come these Philistines, these Canaanites doing what? Resisting, going opposite, putting dirt in the wells. That's why we don't get along. They're a jealous nation.
It's some work getting to that water too, to spring that well up. I mean, it ain't just no easy job to get no well up.
Right.
And it's it's not an easy job to put dirt in it, fill it to the top. Right? It's hard too. They had to put a lot of energy.
That's real spiteful, bro.
That's spiteful, bro. Those are spiteful people.
You're jealous, huh?
A jealous nation. That's why we weren't meant to blend in this pro-African spirit. This they are brothers and sisters. We've never been brothers and sisters. We've always been enemies. That's why he didn't want his son to go marry an enemy. Does it make sense?
Mm-hmm. I like, great point. Go ahead.
And the servant said unto him, peradventure the woman will not be willing to follow me unto this land. Must I needs bring thy son again unto the land from whence thou camest? And Abraham said unto him, beware thou that thou bring not my son thither again.
He said, and the servant said unto him, peradventure the woman will not be willing to follow me unto this land. He said, must I needs bring thy son again unto the land from whence thou camest? He says, now what happens if I go out there and get a woman and she don't want to come back? Now do I take your son Isaac and bring him back to the land that you came from, the Ur of Chaldea? Initially he was from Chaldea. So do I take him back to Chaldea? He said what?
No. Abraham said unto him, beware thou that thou bring not my son thither again.
Go ahead.
The Lord God of heaven, which took me from my father's house and from the land of my kindred, and which spake unto me, and that sware unto me, saying, unto thy seed will I give this land.
Go ahead.
He shall send his angel before thee, and thou shalt take a wife unto my son from thence. And if the woman will not be willing to follow thee, then thou shalt be clear from this my oath.
Now, you know what Abraham's doing? He's setting up his son to get at least a decent. He already knows he's old. Remember, he said he's well stricken in years. He's already old, man. But at least he's trying to set up his son with somebody decent. Wouldn't you want that for your children? Let me set my child up with somebody decent that I know that come from a good stock. That I know that come from some type of good upbringing. You know, I just didn't marry my child just to anybody. And matter of fact, just to prove this, you got the Josephus, right? Let me see that down. Yeah, anyone. Go to page 770. Even in Israel, go to page 775 in the Josephus. It's against Apion, book 1, and it's chapter 7. Book 1, chapter 7, page 775. 775. Page 7. No, you gotta go to page 775.
775.
Yeah, go. It's all the way in the back of the book. Go to page 775. What's this right here? That way. What's
paragraph?
this?
I don't know.
Hold on 1 second. Let me make sure.
Oh,
You was about to put something in there. Oh, okay. You about to put.
Josephus.
Okay, yeah, you about to put the scripture in there. Oh, okay, I got you. Go ahead. Okay, I thought you had something else. So, yeah, it's page Josephus, page 775, and look,
Wow.
chapter 7.
Chapter 7.
Yeah.
For our forefathers did not only appoint the best of these priests.
Now, even when it came down to selecting, yeah, that's it right there. Even when it came down to selecting the priests, it was strict. You just even the priest of Israel just couldn't marry anybody. You just couldn't marry anybody. He said, "For our forefathers did not only appoint the what?
The best of these priests,
Go ahead,
and those that attended upon the divine worship
read on.
for that design from the beginning, but made provision that the stock of the priests should continue unmixed."
It says
and
that
pure.
the stock of the stock or the lineage of the priests should continue what?
Unmixed
Unmixed and what?
and pure.
And pure. So they were even careful. Josephus is explaining that even as a priest, you had to come from a good stock that was unmixed and was pure. So it wasn't just this commingling. You know, people got this idea that, you know what, any marry to anybody is up for game as long as they love you. That's what your mama tell you. It's safe to love anybody as long as they love you back. That's not how the Most High looks at it. That is not how the Most High looks at it. He said you want to make sure the Most High chooses select people for select purposes, and He wants their stock to be right. He wants their legacy to be right, unmixed and pure. Go ahead.
For he who is a partaker of the priesthood must propagate of a wife of the same nation.
He said he must propagate a wife of the what?
Of the same nation.
Of the same nation. So does the Most High want us marrying outside of our nation? No. Not at all. That's not the Most High. That's not what the Most High got set up. Neither did Abraham. He didn't want Isaac, who was in the midst of a bunch of Canaanites, to marry none of the Canaanites. Read on.
Without having any regard to money.
It said, don't marry because she got money. Because a lot of times we do that too. We marry because the person got some money. Because it's a financial gain. It's I can come up. She got a paycheck.
I know a lot of people.
I got a check.
Yeah.
Yeah. Edomites for sure. You know what I'm saying? Got that insurance.
You can't trust them though.
Yes.
How many shows do you watch where the insurance money is the motivation?
Insurance money or daddy's money is fat. Parents' money is fat.
Yeah.
But you know what they do? They smart enough to understand that, you know what? You marry him, I'm gonna take you out the will. Because I didn't accumulate this money to pass it down to them.
That's true.
But he said don't because we marry for that motivation as well. Money be on our mind when it comes to who we choose to get married to. He said without having regard to what?
To money or any other dignities.
Or our daddy got a boat. He got a lake house.
Yeah.
He got a beach house. We go to Europe every year. We travel. I'm with her because of the advantages that I gained.
Yeah.
And he said, don't worry about no advantages. And don't marry because of persons of their prestige. Read on.
But he is to make a scrutiny.
He said, when you get married, you're supposed to make a what?
A scrutiny.
That means you got to be very careful. You're scrutinizing the person and the stock of where they come from when you get married. He's just not marrying anybody. Read on.
And take his wife's genealogy.
And you're supposed to take his wife's what?
Genealogy.
You're supposed to take his wife's genealogy and do what?
From the ancient table.
And she's supposed to be found in the what?
Ancient tables.
From the ancient tables, meaning you're supposed to be able to identify her people. They say the apple don't fall far from the tree. A lot of times you don't even know your people's parents. You don't even know their parents or their background or where they come from. Slavery has done us such a disservice as a people. We don't even know our own damn culture. We don't even know our own. We've been disconnected from our own records.
Yeah.
We don't even know our own stock. But we know we're the Jews by spirit. You know what I'm saying? And the Most High revealed it through revelations of these curses that will befall our people. But he said that scrutiny, you're supposed to be able to find that wife's genealogy from the ancient tables. That means there at least is some reference that you can have or to be able to go back to find out who this person is and where they come from. Read on.
And procure many witnesses to it.
And they got witnesses, man. You need witnesses. Who are you? Are you the person that you say you are? Let me check. Let me check your stock. Let me check your background. So let that go for now. We're gonna come back to this in a minute. But let that go in Josephus. Let's go back to where we are in Genesis chapter 25. I mean
Genesis
24. Yeah.
8.
Yes.
Genesis 24 and 8. And if the woman will not be willing to follow thee, then thou shalt be clear from this my oath.
You said, man, I'm not gonna hold you to this promise if you can't find a good woman for my son. I'm too old, man, but I need you to continue looking for a good wife. That matters to parents, man. That matters a lot to parents, who their kids gonna marry. That means a lot. You want to make sure the stock is right. People come from a good background, man. But read on.
You know, also shows too. It shows the benefit of having some real good friendships and real good connections. People you can trust.
Yeah.
When you have people you can trust, they look out for you even though you can't physically be there. That's why it's important to build real bonds and not betray friendships. Because you're gonna need that person. They know your mind, they know your spirit. They're gonna look out for your children after you might be gone. They'll look out for your people. This whole one deep mentality, bro, it's a bad mentality because if you're one deep and you have kids, then your kids is gonna move on. But you ain't nobody to look over them.
Ain't nobody, yeah, right.
Or counsel them.
Or or somebody to say, man, your mother or your dad would be turning in their grave if they saw you with the person that you with now. They would have slapped the mess out of you, slapped some sense into you for you picking up that person. You know what I'm saying?
God.
But go ahead.
Only bring not my son thither again.
He says, but don't bring them back here in this land. Full of these nations, these haters.
I know they've been hating me since because I got here.
You can hate me now. Read on.
Yeah.
And the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham.
So that's how that was their way of a pledge, of a bond, making an agreement. Go ahead.
And swear to him concerning that matter. And the servant took 10 camels of the camels of his master and departed. For all the goods of his master were in his hand. And he arose and went to Mesopotamia unto the city of Nahor. And he made his camels to kneel down without the city by a well of water at the time of the evening, even the time that women go out to draw water. And he said, O Most High, of my master Abraham, I pray thee, send me good speed this day, and shew kindness unto my master Abraham.
Man,
That's 12.
that's 12, right? All right, next brother. Wow.
Me?
I bought.
Abai Karataza, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yashala.
I buy Karatza, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yashala. Imagine. Barak, Yahawah Shem Yashabakata.
Yahweh Shem Yashabakatam.
All right. Huh. You're going to read 32 verses. So you're going to go from 12 down to, was that 44? Yep, to 44. Same chapter.
Genesis chapter 24, verse 12. And he said, O Lord Yahweh, of my master of Abraham, I pray thee, send me good speed this day, and show thy kindness unto my master Abraham. Behold, I stand here by the well of water, and the daughters of men of the city come out to draw water. And let it come to pass that the damsel whom I shall say, let down thy pitcher, I pray thee, that I may drink, and she shall say, drink, and I will give thy camels drink also. Let the same be she that thou hast appointed for thy servant Isaac, and thereby shall I know that thou hast showed kindness unto my master.
What is he saying right here?
He's asking the Most High to I don't want to say give him a sign.
That's exactly what he's doing. Yeah. 1 Corinthians 1 and 22. That's exactly what he's doing. He's asking the Most High to give him a sign to know, to be able to identify which woman it is out of all these women that you're sending me to, or to go, how would I know which one is right for your son? So he's praying for the Most High's intervention, that the Most High may establish a good woman. Right? What does that say right there?
1 Corinthians 1 and verse 22. For the Jews require a sign.
What do they require?
A sign.
So we need a what?
A sign.
You know why? We don't get the right sign. We don't know if she right.
Yeah.
Because you know, a lot of times, it's always, with hindsight, after the fact, there's always some regret. I saw these red flags, and I knew I just ignored them. And now I'm in this situation. I saw all the things of a bad relationship coming to me. I saw all the bad signs. I paid no attention to them. It's always, people always regret after the fact. They never asked the Most High to intervene beforehand. They never asked the Most High to establish the relationship in advance. But through urgency and impatience, we establish relationships, and then after the fact, we're regretful. I should have known, man. I should have known this was no good. You always slapping yourself on the leg like, damn, I knew better. I should have known better. But you know what I chose not to do? I chose not to go look at the scriptures to find out. Let me involve the Most High in my selection. Let me involve the Most High in my choosing of a relationship. Let somebody pray that the Most High may intervene and show me a sign that this is the person that I need to be with. It's not done enough. Man, we can learn a lot by reading these books, man. We can learn so much from reading these books, because that's the proper way to initiate a relationship. Ask the Most High to give me a sign to know this is the one. And if that's the one, the Most High show it to you. And then there's no regret in that. You know what I'm saying? There's no sorrow in that. You know what I'm saying? But that's something that we finding out, man. Man, it's heavy, bro. It's heavy because I got daughters and I got sons, and this is heavy. Read on.
Verse 15. And it came to pass, before he had done speaking, that behold, Rebekah came out, who was born to Bethuel, son of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, Abraham's brother.
Damn.
With her pitcher up upon her shoulder, and the damsel was very fair to look upon, a virgin, neither had any man known her.
Man, come on.
And she went down to the well and filled her pitcher and came up. And the servant ran to meet her and said, Let me, I pray thee, drink a little water of thy pitcher. And she said, Drink, my lord.
Wow, man.
And she
Stop right there. He said before he could finish praying, Rebekah popped up.
Wow.
And what is one of the attributes that Rebekah possessed? She possessed charity and hospitality. Look how hospitable she was.
Exactly what he asked.
That's exactly what he asked for. Give me a woman that's charitable and full of hospitality. Man, that's amazing. And then what does she say? Those are two strangers talking. And she said, drink, my Lord. What does that show you about the essence of this woman? The characteristics of this woman? She had a lot of hospitality and she had a lot of charity.
That's how it is when you go home to Mississippi. First thing they do when you walk through the door is you hungry. You want something to drink.
You want something to
don't
drink.
eat.
Right.
And then if you don't eat, they gonna look at you and be like, "Boy, you poor, go ahead and sit down."
Yeah.
They get you some of this food.
Right. Absolutely. But you know, it's amazing though to see that these were the qualities and characteristics of a good woman, and she displayed these characteristics right on time. That was the sign right there. That was it. That was okay. The journey is over. This the jackpot right here. He didn't hit the jackpot. Go ahead.
She said, "Drink, my Lord." And she hasted and let down her pitcher upon her hand and gave him drink. And when she had done giving him drink, she said, "I will draw water for thy camels also, until they have done drinking."
He said, "Not only am I gonna get this water for you, but I'm gonna feed your animals."
She took an extra step, right?
Extra step.
She had to be this minimum. She's gonna give you, okay, you want a sip? Here's a sip, my Lord.
Man.
Just saying, being kind in word, but not in action. Action show she has extra step, extra mile.
That's what hospitality is, man. Hospitality is by definition is the ability to entertain strangers or guests without seeking anything in return. That's the definition of hospitality. I mean, I don't want nothing out of this. I'm just making sure that you're okay. I'm making sure that you're doing okay. I'm making sure that you're taken care of. This ain't about, well, I do it for you if you're doing it for me. What have you done for me lately? It's not about that. Hospitality is about, I'm making sure that I'm entertaining you for your sentiment. I'm making sure that you're full of pleasure, that you're full of joy and comfort. That's what you want in a woman. That's what you want for your kids, woman. Read on.
Verse 21. And the man wondering at her held his peace, and with whether the Most High had made his journey prosperous or not. And it came to pass, as the camels had done drinking, that the man took a golden earring of half a shekel weight, and 2 bracelets for her hands of 10 shekels weight of gold, and said, "Whose daughter art thou?"
Man, he set her up, man.
Where your dad is?
Yeah.
Where your daddy
Yeah. I got him. You know he's showing? There's more of that to come. You know what I'm saying? I'm just giving you a sample.
This is what's on me right now.
I just giving you what's on me right now. But this is a sample of what's to come. You know what I'm saying? Once I scrutinize your stock, like Josephus said earlier. Once I understand the stock of your genealogy and where you come from, then we can go ahead. I can show you that there's going to be many more opportunities like this. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Verse 23. It said, "Whose daughter art thou? Tell me, I pray thee, is there room in thy father's house for us to lodge in?" And she said unto him, "I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, which she bare unto Nahor." She said moreover unto him, "We have both straw and provender enough, and room to lodge in." And the man bowed down his head and worshipped the Most High.
Yeah.
He said, "Blessed be the Most High power of my master Abraham, whom have not left destitute my master of his mercy and his truth. I being in the way, the Most High led me to the house of my master's brethren."
He said that's how you know that it couldn't have been by any better design. It couldn't have been set up any better. He said the Most High, without even knowing, has led me to my master's brethren, to his people, without even me knowing. He said this is a definite sign that this and Tawadi Yahweh for letting this happen. This is beautiful. Go ahead.
And the damsel ran and told them of her mother's house these things. And Rebekah and the brother, and his name was Laban. And Laban ran out unto the man unto the well. And it came to pass, when he saw the earring and bracelets upon his sister's hand, and when he heard the words of Rebekah his sister, saying, Thus spake the man unto me, that he came unto the man, and behold, he stood by the camels at the well, and he said, Come in, thou blessed of the Most High, wherefore standest thou without? For I have prepared the house and room for the camels. And the man came into the house, and he ungirded his camels, and gave straw and provender for the camels, and water to wash his feet, and the men's feet that were with him. And there was set meat before him to eat. But he said,
hold on one second. On that part right there.
32.
Yeah, well, stop. Go back real quick to now this is Abraham's servant that's getting this type of treatment, because he's there to pass a message to find out a wife for Isaac. And it says, and the man came into the house, ungirded his camels. Go ahead. And this is Laban, this is Laban's hospitality. Read on.
Ungirded his camels, and gave straw and provender for the camels, and water to wash his feet.
He said he washed this man's feet. That's another sign of what? Hospitality, man. That's another sign of hospitality. Read on.
And the men's feet that were with him.
So now, when you look at Laban and you look at Abraham, they shared similar qualities, because it was customary to extend themselves to make sure that when you're in my house, you comfortable. I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure you're comfortable. Just to prove this, go back to Genesis chapter 18 and start at verse 1.
Genesis 18 and verse 1. And the Lord appeared unto him in the plains of Mamre, and he sat in the tent door in the heat of the day.
It was hot. It was obviously hot, midday. It was smoking outside. You're trying to catch a breeze. When you sitting at the front door, you're trying to catch a breeze, man. You know what I'm saying? It's hot. That's when you're on the porch. It's hot. You're trying to catch some air. Go ahead.
And he lifted up his eyes and looked, and lo, 3 men stood by him. And when he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door, and bowed himself toward the ground, and said, My Lord, if now I have found favor in thy sight, pass not away.
He said, if I found favor in your sight, he said, lodge with me. Don't leave. Make yourself at home. That's when you tell somebody, make yourself at home. Be comfortable. That's what he's saying. When he said, pass not away, make yourself comfortable. Be at home, man. Rest your feet. Go. Somebody read 1 Peter chapter 4, verse 9. 1 Peter chapter 4, verse 9.
First Peter chapter 4 verse 9. Use hospitality.
It says use what?
Hospitality.
You're supposed to use what?
Hospitality.
You're supposed to use hospitality. When anybody that's in your home, when a brother come by to visit, it shouldn't bother you that a brother's in your house. It shouldn't bother you that a brother's there. And it shouldn't bother you to entertain your brother. It shouldn't get under your skin to be like, hey brother, you need anything, man? Make yourself comfortable. You know what? We be real short with each other though. We don't show that hospitality like we reading about. Look at the extent that they're going when it comes to inviting someone into their homes. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, some of that hospitality still exists. It's always known that in the South, there's still levels of hospitality. You know, Southern hospitality. It's always known to be that. They haven't lost that ability. A lot of those big cities, and I hate the fact that a lot of these cities are growing, and as they grow, they lose that hospitality. Every person that comes across you not important anymore. You can go to any small town in the South, and everybody's waving at you. You don't even know them, but they wave at you. You don't even know them, but they acknowledge you.
That was
Let's fix
out
this.
when we moved to San Antonio.
No.
Yeah, messed it up.
People
Yes,
were
sir.
real rude.
So it looks really weird. Now,
Call the water. We just left
Like
out.
something wrong with them, right?
Right. But you know what's crazy? When that brother, James Bird, that was out in Jasper, Texas, that brother that lynched by them 4 white guys. When he got lynched by those 4 white guys in Jasper, Texas, the only way that they found out who killed him, because they offered him a ride. He was walking home. These 3 white guys, I believe, not 4, it was 3 of them. They were in a pickup truck. They offered him a ride. He got in the back of the truck, and they took him somewhere, beat him up, chained him around, put a chain around his neck, threw him in the back, threw him to the out of the bed of the truck, and drug him by a chain by his feet. And then they was doing donuts and driving around the city with his body on the back of a chain, being towed by a pickup truck. His limbs started to come apart. But the only way that the killer was found, those killers, those damn racist individuals with their damn crazy and heinous acts, the only way they were found is because there was some black folks on the porch. It was some black folks on the porch, and they spotted him in the back of that pickup truck. They were the last people to see him alive. If it wasn't for them, acknowledging you, if you were in a big city, ain't nobody paying attention to you. Nobody even see you. You see people in larger cities, they just winding in and out of traffic, in and around each other on the sidewalk. Nobody's paying attention to you. But you know what I'm saying? That's how we start to adopt the culture of the nations in these metropolitan places. You're never supposed to lose that hospitality where I recognize everybody that I see. But it was that hospitality in that little small town, that people watching out for people taking care of each other, looking out for each other. If it wasn't for that, they would never found them dudes. But it was the fact that we acknowledge each other. And that's the kind of man Abraham was also, not just Laban. Now go read that in Genesis 18 again.
Verse 4.
Mm-hmm.
Genesis 18 and verse 3. And said, My Lord, if now I have found favor in thy sight.
He says, if I have found favor in thy what?
In thy sight.
Go ahead.
Pass not away.
He said, stay here, man. Chill with me. Go ahead.
I pray thee, from thy servant, let a little water.
He said, man, get something to drink. Go ahead.
I pray you, be fetched and wash your feet.
And do what?
And wash your feet.
Just the same way, the same kind of man that Laban was, Abraham carried those same levels of hospitality, those same characteristics. You come in my house, I'm going to make sure. That's one thing I love about the Houston and Virginia brothers. Shout out to ISBHPK Virginia. Shout out to ISBHPK Houston. Because one thing I know about Houston brothers, when you go to Houston, they lay out the red carpet, man. You feel like a star.
It's historical.
Man, it's legendary. They have a legendary history of hospitality when you come to Houston.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the Israelite brothers in Houston, ISBHPK in Houston. From them giving up their homes, giving up their houses, and going to stay somewhere else so you can have the whole house to yourself. This is beyond the Airbnb. It's beyond that.
And the rib come over the house and they cook breakfast.
And the ribs be throwing down on breakfast. Ribs be slamming on lunch. They were saying you will receive some of the best hospitality you ever had in your life. As a brother, it's legendary, man. This is not it's not folklore.
God.
This is real, man.
Making plans to come back, huh?
Brother, you feel welcome. You feel so, and then they don't just play the role of a host. They load you up with stuff while you're there, bro. Put this ring on your finger, bro.
I hate coming. I got hey,
put this on. Hey, bro, put this on. What size you got? What size?
I'm stealing it.
You know what I'm saying? Is that a medium, a large? Take this, brother. Put this on.
You like this?
They load you up, bro.
You leave fat. I used to feel uncomfortable. Like, damn, I feel bad. I'm like a thief. Like at the table. You know?
You know, but that's
bad.
that kind of hospitality. It never leaves a person's mind. You always make a lasting impression.
And they always say, "Hey, look at my pocket. Smell this. You like this?"
Yeah, that's you right there. Keep
Yeah,
that. That's
that's
you.
you.
That's you.
I
That's
like
you. Like damn.
I'm like, "Dang, you smelling good. Leave it good.
Leave it good. Feel
Rested,
good.
ate good. Huh?
Belly full. You got drink in your
Good drink.
system?
I was gonna say, I can't.
Let's stop
It's
again.
always the big bottle.
Yeah,
the bottle
God.
like it's the great. Like I don't need this much.
Brother, that
With
hospitality
the
is amazing.
Amazing.
You know, that's what you wish to see. But that's how Abraham entreated these individuals that he didn't know. That's how Laban entreated Abraham's servant that he didn't know. Let me wash your feet. Read on.
And rest yourselves under the tree. And I will fetch a morsel of bread and comfort you.
And do what?
And comfort you.
He said, I'm going to fetch you a morsel of bread and comfort you. This is the definition of hospitality. Making somebody comfortable. That's beautiful, man. And you know what? Those attributes was in Rebecca. That's why it was nothing for her to be like, that's how she was raised. She was raised that way. That's why it was nothing for Rebecca to be like, hold on, let me feed you, let me get you some water, and let me get your camel some water. She was raised that way. We need to look for that.
Yeah, it helps out the animals. Animals got taken care
Yeah,
of.
your animal's good. You good. Come on, man. Read on.
Comfort ye your hearts. After that, ye shall pass on.
He said, after I take care of you,
There you go.
then you can leave. Let me put a blessing on you, man. Let me make sure you feel comfortable and you feel at home when you come to my house. Then you get up out of here. Read on.
For therefore are you come to your servant.
But now let that go. Let's go back to where we was at. And I just wanted to show that that attribute was in our culture. There's still remnants of that hospitality that still survives. But it should be nurtured even more. You know? Come.
That was 1 through 6.
Yeah, that was Genesis chapter 18, verse 1 through, really it's 1 through 8. It's really 1 through 8. So let's go back to where we were in Genesis.
I think it was 33.
You in 33?
Cut.
Yeah, go ahead.
And it says, and there was sent meat before him to eat, but he said, I will not eat until I have told my errand. And he said, speak on. And he said, I am Abraham's servant, and the Most High hath blessed my master greatly, and he is become great. And he hath given him flocks and herds and silver and gold and manservant and maidservants and camels and asses. And Sarah, my master's wife, bare a son to my master when she was old. And unto him hath he given all that he hath.
Man, you know what he's saying? He said, my master has been blessed, man. It reminds me of Coming to America when John Amos, when he realized that Simi was not Simi, but what was Eddie Murphy's name? When he realized he was a king, he's like so the boy is a prince. When he came in the house, I'm here to see my prince. He got his own money. That is right on top of that movie, yeah. But that's basically the feeling that you can imagine that the servant of Abraham is giving Laban, like, man, this man, the Most High has blessed my servant. He got all these things. Go ahead.
Verse 37. And my master had made me swear, saying, thou shalt not take a wife of my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, in whose land I dwell, but thou shalt go unto my father's house and to my kindred, and take a wife unto my son. And I said unto my master, peradventure the woman will not follow me. And he said unto me, the Most High before whom And he said unto me, the Most High, before whom I talk, will send his angel with me.
Before whom I walk.
For whom I walk, I will send his angel with thee, and prosper thy way. And thou shalt take a wife for my son of my kindred and of my father's house. Then shalt thou be clear from this my oath. When thou comest to my kindred, and if they give not thee one, thou shalt be clear from my oath. I came this day unto the well, and he said, O Yahweh of my master Abraham, if now thou do prosper my way which I go, behold, I stand by the well of water, and it shall come to pass that when the virgin cometh forth to draw water, I say to her, give me, I pray thee, a little water of thy pitcher to drink. And she say to me, both drink, both thou and I will also draw water for thy camels. Let the same be the woman who the Most High hath appointed out of my master's son. And
That's it. That's 44 right there.
Okay.
All right. We're gonna switch it up. What? So you're gonna take it to. You're gonna take it to. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
17? 25, 17?
Yeah, you might as well take it to 25 and 18 because that's the end of it anyway. All right.
Elisha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Rabban, Ban Yashala.
Elisha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Rabban, Ban Yashala.
Oh, Ban Yashala, it's like, I messed it up. It's like that.
I imagine. Barak, Yahaba Shem Yashabbatah.
Yahba Shem Shabbatam.
Let me not do that. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah.
I always do that.
He's every Sabbath.
It's Reuben, man. Reuben night. Oh, I'm sorry. It says Reuben right there on the shirt, too.
Yeah.
I always do this. Right?
That's funny. Genesis chapter 24 and verse 46. And she made haste and let down her pitcher
Verse
from her
45.
shoulder.
45.
45?
Yeah, 45.
And before I had done speaking in my heart, behold, Rebekah came forth with her pitcher on her shoulder. And she went down unto the well and drew water. And I said unto her, let me drink, I pray thee. And she made haste and let down her pitcher from her shoulder and said, drink, and I will give thy camels drink also. So I drank, and she made the camels drink also. And when I asked her and said, whose daughter art thou? And she said, the daughter of Bethuel, Nahor's son, whom Milcah bare unto him. And I put the earring upon her face, and the bracelets upon her hands. And I bowed down my head, and worshipped the Lord, and blessed the Lord power of my master Abraham, which had led me in the right way, to make my master's brother's daughter unto his son.
Wow.
And now, if you will deal kindly and truly with my master, and tell me, and if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right hand or to the left.
Wow, man. You know, he's saying all this is by divine intervention. He said, I'm not here by my own design. I didn't set this up. You know, all this was prayed, and the Most High delivered and answered the prayer. All this was by divine intervention. This wasn't by no accident. This wasn't by a fluke. You know what I'm saying? The Most High was involved in this relationship. And everybody got to look at it like that. If you're in a relationship and it's true, you got to look at it like this. That's not a fluke. The Most High knew what he was doing. You know what I'm saying? The Most High you know why the Most High know what he's doing? Because he's always got the right person that you need to be with, that you need to deal with, to bring out the best attributes of you. That needs to bring out certain virtues in you. not only do they possess certain qualities, but there are certain things that the other person brings out that's contrary to you. But when you put those two things together, they make a great union. They make a great union. It becomes compatibility when you're on the same page, even though you may be opposites. It's just showing you how the Most High is designing these relationships, man. And we gotta look at today the same thing. The Most High has designed my relationship. I can't be regretful and sorrowful about the decision I made. Obviously, the Most High knew what He was doing. I would have never been born at the same time in the same place to cross paths with this person, or I would have never. If I would have set it up, it would have been somebody else. I know for myself, every relationship I established in the world, they all failed, but there was always a problem with it, because it was by my design, it was by my doing, it was by my choosing. But when I left it up to the Most High, He never left me hanging. He never left me hanging with somebody that was not right for me when the Most High is involved. And that's the confidence that we should possess, is that you can't choose wrong when you let the Most High choose for you. And we should be passing that down to our children. We should be passing that type of understanding based on these proverbs that we're reading to our children, that let the Most High choose for you. Don't be hasty, because the Most High is going to choose right. Shit, we be choosing wrong, bro.
Yeah.
I know.
I know too.
But everything's for a reason. But this is beautiful, because the Most High, He's telling this story. Man, I prayed, and this is the outcome of my prayer. Your daughter is the response that the Most High showed me, is the sign that the Most High showed me that's necessary to marry my master's son. But go ahead.
Verse 50. Then Laban and Bethuel answered and said, the thing proceeded from the Lord. We cannot speak unto thee good, bad, or good.
He said, man, hey, it's coming from who?
Lord.
It's coming from the Most High. He said, we can't, it's out of our hands. If this is truly coming from the Most High, then we can't say it's a bad idea. We can't say it's a good idea. Only the Most High know. Read on.
Behold, Rebekah is before thee. Take her and go, and let her be thy master's son's wife, as the Lord hath spoken.
Wow.
And it came to pass that when Abraham's servant heard their words, he worshipped the Lord, bowing himself to the earth. And the servant brought forth jewels of silver, and jewels of gold, and raiment, and gave them to Rebekah. And he gave also to her brother and to her mother precious things.
The whole family came up.
Wow.
What's amazing about it, they had no clue that this was coming to their house.
Not at all.
I mean, this is Abraham's family, right?
Yep.
And he just pops up out of nowhere and give him this story that lines up with what he's talking about. Ain't no way he knew where they lived at.
Right.
He was led there by the Spirit.
Right. And that's beautiful.
God.
Yeah, I like what you said, Ben. You prayed on it, and the Most High answered. Because there's a lot of people that are in a waiting stage to see what the Most High got in store for them. You know what I'm saying? And this is a level of patience and dependability on the Most High. I'm gonna let the Most High choose what's right. I'm gonna let the Most High set it up. I'm not gonna force the course of the river. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times we, through our impatience and through our lust, just be making moves and making decisions, hasty decisions, wrong decisions. You know what I'm saying? But it's something that you know what? And she was content with being with her family. She wasn't tripping. She was working. She was getting water. She was fetching water. She was content at being at home. She wasn't trying to get loose. She wasn't trying to get freed up. She wasn't around, be loose around the city.
You won't let me be at the house past 10.
Yeah. You know what? She was faithful to her parents, and she was well instructed. Look at the hospitality that she possessed and the hospitality Laban possessed. She was rooted correctly. She was brought up correctly.
Like you said, it was nothing. That was her everyday thing. It was a reflex.
Right. It's nothing to do that. Go ahead.
Verse 54. And they did eat and drink, he and the men that were with him, and tarried all night. And they rose up in the morning, and he said, Send me away unto my master. And her brother and her mother said, Let the damsel abide with us a few days.
He said, give us a few more days, spend a little time with her. You know what I'm saying? Before we send it off, go ahead.
At the least 10. After that she shall go. And he said unto them, hinder me not, seeing the Lord hath prospered my way. Send me away, that I may go to my master.
I got things to do. I got business to take care of.
Yeah, but you know what? And also that's also a sign just right there to show you how your family don't want to let you go. They don't want to let you leave. They be trying to keep you in the house. You got to make sure he right.
10 more days.
Just 10 more days.
Yeah.
You know what that 10 more days would have did? Filled her with what? With doubt? Maybe I shouldn't leave. Maybe I should stay at home.
10 more days.
10 more days.
In 2 months.
Yeah, then turn to 10 more days and then 10 more days.
Why don't you move down here? Why don't you move
Yeah,
down
why don't you have Isaac come over here with us? You know what I'm
I
saying?
ain't even getting a chance to see him, to see who she finna marry.
Yeah.
Just finna send her away like that. I mean, I can imagine what's running through their head.
Right.
God, I mean, wait, let my son ride with y'all. When y'all get there, you know, he's just gonna make sure y'all alright when y'all get there.
Exactly. He gonna go with you. He go wherever she go. That's because I send her brother with everywhere she go. Her brother gotta go. You gotta take him. You gotta take him to the mall too.
That's how it was too, right?
He gotta go with you. Cause I need a witness. Somebody gonna snitch on you. That's not the case here, but it's funny though, cause that's looking at how we've been brought up. You know what I'm saying? And how, yeah, my sister didn't go no either. Like, my sister couldn't wear makeup. She couldn't wear skirts 2 inches above her kneecaps. Everything had to be below her knees. Couldn't have boyfriends. You know what I'm saying? Couldn't wear makeup. Couldn't.
If she did go anywhere, then my sister had to be with her. My sister had that mouth, so
Yeah.
yeah, you were doing that, but chilling with your friends, like you said, you could do.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But it's funny how but nowadays you can't let just anybody in your house and anybody take your daughter. You gotta examine them. Matter of fact, it says that too. It says let not every man into thine house, man. It says for a deceitful man have many trains. It's in the Apocrypha. It said you don't know what spirit be on somebody. I ain't worried about it. I just want to quote it. But let's keep reading.
Verse 57. And they said, we will call the damsel and inquire at her mouth. And they called Rebekah and said unto her, wilt thou go with this man?
Now, what do you think you want to do? Now, this is that doubt starting to set in.
She like, wait a minute.
Yeah, how do you feel about this?
Yeah.
Do you think this is right? Yeah, I know, right? She looking at these earrings and jewelry like, it's not a bad decision. It's not.
Feel good about this?
Yeah. But go ahead.
And they said, and she said, I will go.
You know, she after all that, she said, yeah, I'm going to go. Go ahead.
And they sent away Rebekah and their sister and her nurse and Abraham's servant and his men. And they blessed Rebekah and said unto her, thou art our sister. Be thou the mother of thousands of millions, and let thy seed possess the gate of those which hate them.
Damn, beautiful. Go ahead.
And Rebekah arose, and her damsels.
Look at that prayer that they sent out. It says, and they blessed Rebekah and said unto her, thou art our sister. Be thou the mother of thousands of millions, and let thy seed possess the gate of those which hate them. Go ahead.
And they rode upon the camels, and followed the man, and the servant took Rebekah and went his way. And Isaac came from the way of the well, Lahariel, and for he dwelt in the south country. And Isaac went out to meditate in the field at the evening time. And he lifted up his eyes and saw, and behold, the camels were coming. And Rebekah lifted up her eyes, and when she saw Isaac, she lifted off the camel.
That was the connection right there.
God.
That was strong, huh? She knew that was for me. He mine, and he knew that's me right there. Go ahead.
For she had said unto the servant, what man is this that walked in the field to meet us? And the servant had said, it is my master. Therefore she took a veil and covered herself.
That's that chastity, man. That's that discretion that women have. You know what? The first thought of meeting this man was to cover herself up. That's just the opposite of the first thought when women meet a man nowadays. They take everything off.
God.
You know what I'm saying?
It's backwards.
It's backwards. You're supposed to cover up the more. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to conceal yourself the more. Nowadays, women meet a man, they already halfway dressed anyway.
And then go get married and cover your face.
Yeah.
Backwards.
That's backwards, bro. Come on, man. That's how you know we've come a long way away from the way it used to be. She concealed, she covered herself. Go ahead.
And the servant told Isaac all things that he had done. And Isaac brought her into her mother, Sarah's tent, and took Rebekah, and she became his wife.
And that's where the nuptial chamber, that's where you read about the nuptial chamber, where the wedding chamber, where the man is to lie down, and you have to have the tokens of virginity, which is the receipt that this daughter is undefiled. And the tokens of virginity is a cloth that you lay under the bed, and as they consummate, obviously, as breaking the hymen, she's no longer a virgin. The blood spills on the token of virginity or the cloth. You use that cloth as a sign and a token as a receipt to show as proof she was a virgin. I took this woman and she was a virgin. I gave you this woman and she was a virgin. So all these things play a major role in how a marriage is supposed to be commemorated. A marriage is not, we're going to sleep together for a while and then we're going to live together for a while, and if we don't like each other, we're gone. No, it's too late. It's backwards. We don't just be buddies and hook up buddies and be friends and friends with benefits.
I know, like I was.
That's backwards.
I'm sorry. Somebody posted it on Facebook about, you know what I'm saying, I guess in Arabia, they still do these customs today. Like the brother was like, damn it. I mean, he was like 60, 70 years old. Had this little girl, like she was maybe 13 or 14 years old, maybe 12, young as hell.
But they be tripping a little bit. They be tripping.
That's extreme.
They're tripping about because they be marrying like Muhammad married a
9-year-old.
He's out of bounds, huh? He's out of bounds, huh?
Right.
Like crazy, and the little girl just looked at. I'm like, what her damn daddy at? Because her face just had this real, like, scared look.
That's their culture, right?
Right, that's the nations though.
They bear their kids all weird, bear their family members all weird.
Yeah.
Bear their kids all weird, huh?
You know what I'm saying? But this is proper. You know what? That means it's done under the guidance of the parents. We know what y'all doing. Matter of fact, it's to be done in the mother's tent, in the mother's bed. That way I know where you're at, I know what you're doing. And if this is what you're gonna do, then you're gonna have to live with this decision. Because once you do this, you can't turn back. This is how the Most High looked at a marriage. It ain't just I'm just having casual sex. There's no such a thing. There's no such a thing as casual sex. There's no such a thing as friends with benefits. That don't exist. When you lay down with somebody, that you are commemorating and acknowledging to the parents and to the Most High that this person is my husband and that this person is my wife. Forever. And I don't plan on disregarding this agreement. That's why the Most High said in Genesis 25 and 1, he said what? He said, "And three things stood up both beautiful both before the Most High men. The unity of brothers, the love of neighbors, and what? And a man and a wife that agree together. That we have this agreement that this is what we're going to do for the rest of our lives." That's what Abraham and Sarah had. They had an agreement. That's why he mourned Sarah when she passed away. They had that agreement. They had that unity. They had that understanding. But we got to teach that to our sons and daughters. You just can't be sleeping around and think you could just disconnect and it's okay in the eyes of the Most High. But once again, like the scriptures say, my people are destroyed for what? Lack of knowledge. A lot of people don't even know what a marriage is. What a marriage is supposed to be. Shit, we've been married a lot. You know what I'm saying? If you want to look at the biblical definitions,
yeah, married and getting married.
Yeah, we've been married too much.
I'm married 3 times in one month.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So he's showing He's showing how the marriage is supposed to be. That's the understanding of how it's supposed to go down, man. But read verse 67 again.
Genesis 24 and verse 67. And Isaac brought her into his mother Sarah's tent and took Rebekah, and she became his wife. And he loved her.
And he did what?
And
he loved her. She got on his nerves.
And he loved her.
They argued.
And he loved her.
They went back and forth with each other.
And he loved her.
They fought.
And he loved her.
They couldn't stand each other.
And he loved her.
You know what? I'll sleep on the couch.
And he loved her.
He said he loved her. But that's how you know we're far away from a real marriage, man. That's how you know we've been detached from a marriage. We can barely be at home. We can barely not have a conversation without there being some heat or some argument or some dirt thrown or some mudslinging. You did this and you said that, or you did this and you said that. You know, as a man that understands marriage a little bit, I'm still learning. But I'm going to say this. All you do is waste time. That's all I'm going to say. And that's the one thing that's the worst thing you can do in your marriage is waste time. Because you can't get that time back. All that time you spent arguing, throwing fists at each other, breaking glass, throwing dishes at each other, all that time that you did wasting time, you could have been doing something else with that. That time could have been more well spent with showing love, which has a better repercussion than showing hate. Love always has a better repercussion. Love always has a better reward than just contention and arguments. What's the reward of an argument? Child support, jail, house arrest,
blood pressure,
high blood pressure. What do you call them? Damn, fought when the damn child support people send a damn CPS person to come and check your house out. Now you got somebody that's investigating your house, popping up on it.
Yeah.
All these things are the result of contention and strife. But when you're looking at love, man, love has a better reward. You don't have to worry about being subjugated by people just popping up and knocking at your door, checking on your kids. You got to worry about this, man. You keep people out your business. That's how you know we've come a long way away from the scriptures. Read on.
And Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. Chapter 25.
Mm-hmm.
Then again, Abraham took a wife, and her name was Keturah.
You know what? Listen what it said. It said, and Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. Why did it bring this up? Why did it bring this up right here? That Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. After it said that he married Rebecca. You know what? Because that feminine person, that relationship he had with his mother, not on a sexual level, but just having that feminine person that you could trust, she was able to somewhat to nurture him. He was able to receive that from who? From his wife.
Chapter 25.
It's still 24 and 67.
Yeah, we're in 24 and 67. But it said he loved her, and Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. So it brought this up to show you that there was something that Isaac was missing after his mother passed. And it was something that this woman was able to provide him as a help or relief of having that nurturing spirit. You understand? So I'm glad it put it right here after that. Because it just showed a lot of men be missing that. A lot of us are missing that nurture from our mothers. A lot of us didn't have good mothers or mothers at all. And we too busy trying to find it in a marriage. That's why we be picking women so fast. Because what are we trying to do? We're trying to replace what we never had. We never had a mother. We never had somebody to love us. That's why a lot of times these relationships are initiated based upon just for the fact that I'm clinging to this person because it's a person that's feminine and they love me. Because I never got this nurturing from my mother. Or I never got this nurturing from my father. So what do women do? They go looking for it in a man. And they go giving themselves to just any man. Usually it's the wrong man. Because they're looking for what their father was never able to supply them. There was always a void or a space that was missing. And we be looking for somebody to supply that void, to fill that void. And that void that Isaac had, he said, and Isaac, after he said, and she became his wife, and he loved her, and Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. What does that show? She was able to make up for his mother's death by what she was able to provide him in comfort. What she was able to provide him in love. That's beautiful.
It's a very loving person.
Right.
It's needed, bro.
Everybody needs it. On the male spectrum and on the female spectrum. And that's the results of not getting love at home. Or not having it. In our cases. We live under the curses. It's even 10 times worse for us. Read on.
25. Verse 1. Then again, Abraham took a wife.
I said, then again. So he had to go round two. I said, then again. Abraham took a wife. Go ahead.
And her name was Keturah.
Go ahead.
And she bare him Zimran, and Jokshan, and Medan, and Midian, and Ishbak, and Shua. And Jokshan begat Sheba, and Dedan. And the sons of Dedan were Ashura, and Letushim, and Leamim. And the sons of Midian, Ephah, and Ephah, and Hanak, and Abadah, and Eldad. All these were the children of Keturah. And Abraham gave all he had unto Isaac.
He said, even though, you know, he had another wife, and you know, he had a whole lot of children from Keturah. He said Abraham gave all that he had to who?
Isaac.
Unto Isaac. So it's showing what? It's showing you that his focus was Isaac. His focus was Isaac. Go ahead.
But unto the sons of the concubines which Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts and sent them away from Isaac his son.
That lets me up every time.
He gave him gifts, man.
Yeah, here, let's get this new.
Hey,
this truck
you get them sandals that I wear. You gonna get my sandals. you gonna get my tent. You know what I'm saying? You get my camels. He said he gave him gifts, but sent them away. Go ahead.
While he yet lived eastward unto the east country. And these are the days of the years of Abraham's life, which he lived 160 years.
Wow, man. 103 score. That's 175 years, bro. Wow. He pushed it, man. And you know, Sarah died at what, 127? 127? So he kept it going to 175. Wow, that's like 47 more years. Read on.
Then Abraham gave up the ghost and died in a good old age.
Yeah, go ahead.
An old man and full of years, and was gathered to his people.
Go ahead.
And his sons, Isaac and Ishmael, buried him in the cave of Machpelah, in the field of Ephron, the son of Zohar the Hittite, which is before Mamre, to the field which Abraham purchased of the sons of Het.
So we back to showing once again, like we started the class, where Abraham just didn't purchase his plot, his burial plot for Sarah. He also purchased what? His own. Yeah, for the family. He already had it set up in his mind. And this is what the scripture said, a wise man shall leave an inheritance to his children, right? You find that for me?
Yeah, that's right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm looking out for the future. I'm going to make sure that, you know, there's some type of something set up. Trust fund set up. You got that?
Yeah.
I got something set up for my kids, man. They don't have to, the responsibility of my death don't have to be on my kids' hands. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to worry about them trying to, like I said, selling barbecue plates and bean pies or
Proverbs 13 and 12.
yeah, you got it?
Yeah.
Go ahead and read it. I don't have to worry about my kids having to come up, muster up some change they don't have, trying to get loans and payday loans and mortgage loans.
Exactly what they did for my cousin.
Trying to put your house up, you know. Go ahead, you got it?
Proverbs 13 and 22. A good man leaveth an inheritance.
It says a good man does what?
Leaveth an inheritance to his children's children.
So not only did Abraham consider Sarah, he considered himself. He bought land so that everybody could be buried. And he also gave gifts to his kids. He said, a good man leaveth what?
An inheritance to his children's children.
That just shows you how unselfish Abraham was. It wasn't just about me and my life and me enjoying life. I'm thinking about the future generation as I live my life.
I'm balling out for me.
Yeah, I'm taking care of myself. It's me, myself, and I. I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna leave something behind so my grandkids can be taken care of. See, that's what a good man will do.
I made it rain the generational wealth.
Yeah.
Rain.
So go back with
I got one scripture.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I got Tobit chapter 4, verse 3 and 4. Go off the points you had established that about thinking ahead and instructing the children, instructing our families. This is an important point. And Tobit chapter 4, verse 3 and verse 4.
Tobit chapter 4 and verse 3. And when he had called him, he said, my son.
Matter of fact, go to verse 2.
Verse 2.
Matter of fact, go to verse 1. I'll make it fast. Go to verse 1.
In that day, Tobit remembered the money which he had committed to Gabriel and Rages of Media.
Read on.
And he said with himself, I have wished for death. Wherefore do I not call for my son Tobias, that I may signify to him of the money before I die?
I gotta tell him about this money. He said within himself. Huh? Read on.
And when he had called him, he said, my son.
He said, hey, son. Read.
When I am dead,
When I die. Read on.
bury me, and despise not thy mother.
When I die, I got some money. I got this guy. He owes me money. To let you know, so you can go. If you need something, he got you. And when I die, don't despise your mother. Treat your mama right. Read on.
But honor her all the days of thy life,
Be good to your mother. Read on.
and do that which shall please her, and grieve her not.
Don't stress your mama out. Read on.
Remember, my son, that she saw many dangers for thee,
Remember what your mother did for you. Read on.
when thou wast in her womb.
She gave birth, like Shanshwan said, right? Read on.
And when she is dead, bury her by me in one grave.
So he said, when she is dead, do what?
Bury her by me in one grave.
So he already had a plan. Okay, when your mama dies, bury her where I'm at. And if you need anything, this guy owes me money. He'll take care. But he was thinking ahead. He was meditating on not just himself, but the next generation.
Great. That's great. And it just shows you there's a lot to learn from this. You know why? Because who's living now? We are. And who's got to be thinking ahead now? We do. We just can't be living life just to suck up the marrow of life and enjoy it. We got to think about the future generation. We just can't be all about us and self-centered. I have to establish something that can be passed down to my son's son, my children's children. The debt of death shouldn't also be on their shoulders, because that happens all too much. Well, we gotta all come together to pitch in to try to get something done, just to get them somewhat of a decent coffin. You got the coffin, that's already $5,000. Then you got the actual ceremony, the funeral, as far as the mortuary fees, as far as what it costs to beautify him, embalm him, or, cut the hair, get him cleaned up, get him done up. Those are fees involved. Then you got to pay the pastor to come do the procession, the message, and deliver a sermon. That cost in itself. All those are services, and mortuary services are high dollars. You can easily spend $7,000 to $10,000 on a basic funeral. Easy, $7,000 to $10,000 on a basic funeral. Not alone a headstone. Even a little small headstone be $2,000, $3,000. A little small rock. You might as well cut a rock yourself. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead and chisel it yourself. You know what I'm saying? Son, remember that rock I got in the garage? I already got it labeled, man.
Sorry,
it's already labeled. So I'm gonna save you some money.
All
I mean, is that? I mean, can you do that though?
A cemetery
Like
don't. A cemetery don't want you to bring your own headstones. Man.
They're trying to get bread.
That's like bringing drinks in the club. You know? No, man, we got a bar. We want you to buy from the bar.
I got you.
So you just can't take it upon yourself. You got some land.
Yes, you can.
People on your own land.
You can. A lot of people do. And a lot of, especially Gad. That's why it's these native burial grounds are federally protected, because Gad has always done that. Gad has always taken their people and buried. You know what I'm saying? But unfortunately, federal government sometimes don't want to acknowledge those ancient Native American burial grounds. They want to dig right through them. They want to build an apartment complex and a sports center. And they want to build wells and dig oil and drill for gas right through their great the first Americans that ever been on this damn side of the hemisphere. They want to dig right through their graves and get oil and gas. No respect.
And their business crash soon as they get it up.
Yeah. So it's just so. But I like what Dawiah pulled, because it's showing that was the custom. That was our culture. Pass something down to your children. Pass something down to your kids. Don't just sit there and worry about you. Because you know what? It's vanity, that fact that you got to give it to somebody anyway. Everything you work for, you're not going to keep. You got to pass it down. You got to pass it or hand it over to somebody. You know what? If your kids don't get it, then some lawyer is going to screw your family out because nobody paid the taxes on it. Some lawyer's going to get it. Some property management company's going to get it. And all they're going to do is flip it, kick you out, and resell it for triple what it's worth.
They enjoy it. They enjoy it.
Oh, man. You know why they get it dirt cheap? There's houses that are sold every day on the courtroom steps. Because somebody just didn't put it in a will to say, hey, get this to my kids.
I seen on Facebook this brother, he got this, it was, I don't want to say no mansion, but it was a nice size house like in this Edomite neighborhood. And he got it for like real low, like I don't think it was more than like $100 or something.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
And he didn't close it, but it was pretty much his house. And some lady came over there and made this big commotion trying to get him up out of that house.
Yeah, because
he had already bought the house.
You know why? Because there's loopholes. You know, because a lot of our people are being appropriated out of their lands. A lot of blacks and Hispanics still can't read. That older generation don't know how to read small print. Small print just meaning tons of documents and leases and grants and mortgages and deeds. We don't read that stuff. And then the lawyer know you don't read it. So the lawyer tells you, the lawyer has done the homework on the property. The lawyer has already went to the county and he's already done an estimate on the value of the property. He already know what the taxes are. He's already know what the demographics of the neighborhood. He already knows there's a new school being put up across the street. He sees the potential of the land. And because our people don't put nothing, we don't set nothing up for each other. Then we left, everybody's fighting for it. All the family members are fighting for what's left. Be raiding grandma's jewelry box. Be raiding the closet. Well, I'm going to take grandma's car. Well, you going to get the house, I'm going to take her car then. Well, I'm going to take grandpa's truck then. Well, I'm going to take his tools and his lawnmower. Because he always wanted me to cut the grass anyway. Now the family is left struggling. Trying to come up with who's going to get what. Yeah, man, that happens 1,000 times a year amongst our people. Happens every day amongst our people. Nothing's situated. Nothing's organized. Nothing's written down. Nothing's planned. Nothing's prepared. We don't have things set up like that for our people. And that's why our people be scrambling. Be telling me, family members we waiting for other family members to pass. So I can take some of that money that I didn't put into an insurance money that I didn't put up. I got policies on them already before they die. So I can get paid.
Selfish.
Crazy, man.
Wrong intentions.
It's the wrong intentions. But he said, I love what you pulled, right? That's great.
Can I pull one more point?
Yeah, go ahead.
Read verse 5 and verse 6 of Tobit. chapter 4? Because he just established, it says, despise not thy mother and honor her all the days of thy life. And after you do that, it says, let's see real quick.
Verse 6.
It says, when she is dead, bury her by me in one grave. Now read on.
Verse 5. My son, be mindful of the Lord our power all thy days.
So now he's telling him how to think. Be conscious of the Most High all your days. Read on.
And let not thy will be set to sin.
Don't let your passions and your desires put you in a place to go against the scriptures, go against the Father, or make mistakes just off of having unruly passions that don't make any logical sense. Having desires that don't get you towards the Father or take you away from the right decisions. Read on.
Or to transgress his commandments.
Or to transgress, go against the commandment. Read on.
Do uprightly.
Do what? Do correctly.
Do uprightly all thy life.
So he's trying to say, listen, as long you gotta do your business and keep your relationships and your bonds and make sure your thoughts and your actions are always correct your entire life. Read on.
And follow not the ways of unrighteousness.
Don't do things, don't deviate. Don't deviate from the correct method of approaching things.
Right now this is great advice from a father, and it's great advice for a son. But go back to Ecclesiastes real quick. I like what you're saying. You can keep reading if you want to. I don't know how far you want to go down.
This is verse 7.
But keep going if you want to. But I just want to insert this. Ecclesiastes chapter 41, verse 7, based on what Dawiyah just pulled right now.
Ecclesiastes 41, verse 7.
Read that.
Reads, the children will complain of an ungodly father.
It said the children will do what?
Complain of an ungodly father.
He said they're gonna complain about you. They ain't gonna take care of you. That's when you have kids that are no good. Spoiled. He said they're gonna complain of an ungodly father. Go ahead.
Because they shall be reproached for his sake.
Because they made the children's life hella hard. And then when you old in the hospital, you wonder why nobody come and see you. You wonder why nobody visit. You wonder why nobody call. But I've been making my kids' life hard ever since, because I was always selfish. I was always a me person. So I've always made my kids' life extra hard. And they don't forget it. Kids remember. They remember more than you think. Kids don't forget, man. Kids know what
they keep a grudge. I'll keep it real. Kids keep a grudge more than grown folks do, bro.
Sometimes.
They don't forget.
They don't forget, though. They might not hold a grudge because they just know that the way they were treated was unrighteous. But as they get older, they see the flaws. They see the neglect. They see the wickedness. They see I know now my eyes are open. I'm old enough to recognize that my mother wasn't that good of a person. Now I'm old enough to see my father wasn't that good of a person. Don't leave your kids in that situation. And you don't have to worry about them coming back and reproaching you, being a reproach to you. But if you're thinking about the future generation, you're thinking about your kids. I don't want my kids to grow up and hate me.
It's a real thing, bro.
I don't want my kids to grow up and despise me. Then you wonder why nobody called, nobody picking up the phone, nobody checking on me. But when I was young and in my strength, I was a me person. And you can't do to your kids what's been done to you. Can't be done. It can't be done. So he says, read that one more time.
Verse 7. The children will complain of an ungodly father, because they shall be reproached for his sake.
But a good man will leave an inheritance for his children's children. Read on.
Woe be unto you, ungodly men, which have forsaken the law of the Most High power.
Wow.
For if ye increase, it shall be to your destruction.
You ain't gonna pass it down no way.
You're gonna be like King Von, man. I hate to say it. Brothers be increasing, and they be getting a lot of wealth, and they use their wealth like how cops just to provoke jealousy. The whole aim of them getting wealth is to provoke others to envy, which causes them to die in the first place.
Yep.
It doesn't make sense. We should create the concept of wealth and gaining is just to satisfy the needs of people around us and satisfy the needs of future generations. It's not to be this show so that I attract envy, so I inflate my ego and I feel better about me. We use the wealth, we use finances and wealth and those kind of things as ornaments to inflate our ego so that we can feel good about us in a carnal manner.
Let that go in Ecclesiastes. Man, that's crazy.
Going back to Genesis.
Yeah, we're going back to Genesis.
This
Oh no, go ahead. I'm sorry, Tobit.
is hitting the point that you had brought up.
Tobit chapter 4 and verse 6.
Mm-hmm.
For if thou deal truly,
If I do things the right way, if I'm sincere, read on.
thy doings shall prosperously succeed to thee.
So if I deal with my kids properly, in time when I'm in need of them, they will deal with me correctly. They'll visit. They'll make sure I'm eating. They make sure I'm clean. They make sure ain't no nurses and male or female being abusive. Right? Read on.
And to all them that live justly,
They live correctly. Read on.
give alms of thy substance.
Give what you have. Read on.
And when thou givest alms, let not thine eye be envious, neither turn thy face from any poor, and the face of the Most High shall not be turned away from thee. If thou hast abundance, give alms accordingly. If thou have but a little, be not afraid to give according to that little.
So if I have little, I should maintain the mindset of I'm still maintaining for other people and for future generations. And if I have much, the mentality has to be the same no matter what spectrum you are when it comes to wealth or finance. I'm supposed to think ahead, deal relationships properly, have bonds that are correct so we can look out for my kids and look out for me if I'm not there. It's just a wise mindset to have.
Verse 9.
That was it.
That's it.
And if you know what, you gotta
Verse
read
9
this
was
real
hard.
quick. You gotta read this too.
Which one?
Ecclesiastes chapter 3, real quick. Ecclesiastes chapter 3, start at verse 5.
Ecclesiastes 3 and verse 5. Whoso honoreth his father.
And if you are a child and you had a good parent that fought for you, that cared about you, that loved you, that extended out to you, that did everything in your favor and wasn't selfish. Go ahead.
Shall have joy of his own children.
It says shall have what?
Shall have joy of his own children.
Guess what? The Most High is going to determine how you deal with your parents is based upon how the Most High is going to have your children deal with you. Well, so what goes around comes around. If I'm cussing my parents out, I'm disrespecting them. I'm cussing them out, calling them names, not showing them any honor or respect. What is the Most High going to do to my kids? He's going to make me feel what I put my parents through. Because I was negligent.
But doesn't that come through how the upbringing of them? Because if you neglect them, then that's the course they're gonna take. So if you instill in these values and virtues in them, then that's the way they grow.
Yes. Yes. Scripture say, train up a child in the way he shall go, and when he is older, he shall not depart. So you're correct. It is that way. But a lot of times you get what you get. You get what you give. So when I put out disrespect to my parents, but this is for a daughter or a son to be conscious of. Because when we're of age, this is when a son or a daughter is in their strength, and it says that. Matter of fact, read that one more time in verse 5.
Verse 5. Whoso honoreth his father shall have joy of his own children, and when he maketh his prayer, he shall be heard.
He said he shall be heard. Go ahead.
He that honoreth his father shall have a long life, and he that is obedient unto the Lord shall be a comfort to his mother.
And because she don't have to worry. A good son, a good daughter, takes away the sleepless nights of having to worry for my child. That's the comfort that a mother gets when she got a good child. She don't got to stay up all night. Where's my daughter at? I don't have to stay up all night. Where's my son at? Who are they hanging around? Who are they with? I get to sleep well because I know where they are. They're in a safe place because they have a good mind. But this is also when a young man or young woman is growing and mature. Jump down to, I'm not going to read it all. Jump down to verse 12.
Verse 12. My son, help thy father in his age.
It says, help thy father in his what?
In his age.
Yeah, when your people get old, you're supposed to try to make it easier for them. You know, you got to understand that they can't do things that they used to do. They don't have the strength to do the things they used to do. They can't cut the grass like they used to. They can't just get up and go to the store like they used to. They can't reach things like they used to. They don't have the agility or the vitality to do the things they used to do. Go ahead.
And grieve him not as long as he liveth.
And don't grieve my parents. You know what? I got to make sure that when I'm in my strength and I'm in my power, that I don't lose patience with them. Because a lot of times our people do that. We lose patience with that older generation as the mind starts to slip, as age or dementia starts to set in, or some type of forgetfulness or mental acuity starts to leave. We don't want to deal with them. A lot of times you can have a family of 6 brothers and sisters or more. Family get old, parents get old, nobody want to take care of them. It's hopefully at least one out of every household that will go back and have patience with their parents. At least one. That's always the hope. At least one of them will do the things that none of the other brothers and sisters want to do. They don't be wanting to go grocery shopping or be at their mercy, be standing at their parents' mercy, hand and foot. I don't got time. I got to live my life. I don't got time to wait on my mother, wait on my father. But a good son, a good daughter will extend themselves to their parents as their parents' strength starts to fail. Read.
And if his understanding fail.
And that's what he's talking about. When we get old, our minds don't work like they used to. Our bodies damn sure don't work like they used to. If my understanding starts to fall, I become forgetful, then I got to do what? As a son or a daughter. Read.
Have patience with him.
I got to have patience with him. Older people are sometimes ornery. They're easily agitated. They be snappy. Older people don't have patience. They don't have patience. They be like, I'm too old for this.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I don't got time for this.
It's a real deal, bro.
But you got to be patient with them. Read on.
And despise them not.
And despise them not. You can't just cast them off in some nursing home. Forget about them. Let them rot. Don't visit. You know the abuse that our people suffer in nursing homes? Especially when you don't visit. Especially when you don't call a lot. And I'm not bashing nursing homes, because some try to be good, but the majority are not.
That's why I don't trust none of them.
They be stealing jewelry and clothes, and they be wearing your family shoes. You know what I'm saying?
Grandpa's Coogee shirt.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You send stuff there, you don't never know if they're going to get it.
Yeah, there's Max's on, man.
Yeah, you got Air Max on, man. With big old permanent marker on the side with your dad's name on it.
That's funny. That's true.
You know what I'm saying? You never know, but you don't want to just throw them in somewhere and don't be patient with them. Read on.
For the relieving
For
of
the relieving.
The relieving of thy father.
The relieving is the aid that you're able to provide your parents as they get older. He says the relieving of your what?
Of thy father shall not be forgotten.
When you're able to take some of the load and the pressure off your parents as they get older, the Most High said it will not be forgotten. Read on.
And instead of sins.
Go ahead.
It shall be added to build thee up.
The Most High he'll categorize your patience and your assistance to your parents as alms. And because he'll categorize it as alms, it's an opportunity to get your sins wiped away. How you deal with your parents allows the Most High to wipe away your dirty sins, your pollution, your filth, based on how you perceive and deal with your parents as they start to age.
I think Nagaha brought out like a couple of Sabbaths ago about him not having a parent, and then I guess that parent wants to come back or somewhat rekindle something like that when they're old. How does that work?
Well, it says have patience with them. So a lot of times,
because he was saying he looked at his grandparents as his mom and dad type thing.
You know the truth of it is, because of the curses are real, because Deuteronomy 28 is so real and so legitimate, that a lot of people had to figure life out, and they had kids while they were figuring life out, and those kids suffered because the parent was still trying to figure things out and really wasn't sure what they were doing with themselves. And as they realize or recognize that they've done a lot more harm than good, then that's their attempt to try to make it right. Because people grow at different rates. You could be 50 years old, 60 years old, and trying to. Some people just say, you know what, I did what I did. I got kids scattered all over the place, and if they don't come and find me, I'm not looking for them either.
That's crazy.
Because that happens all the time too. A lot of kids go looking for parents, and when they meet their parents, they don't want nothing to do with them. Or it's the other way around. A parent has denied a child, lived life, and then regretted it, and then now trying to come back and make a relationship, and then the child don't want nothing to do with the parent.
You know what's crazy?
Both of those situations are curses.
God. You know what's crazy? The only good thing I see about Facebook is people able to find their parents. Like if it wasn't for Facebook,
Facebook has brought a lot of people together.
Like you just gonna type the name, that's him right there.
Man, that's my brother that I didn't even know I had. Yes.
Not to mention all the donor siblings that find each other because their dad was a donor, and they find each other all over the world, hundreds of brothers and sisters.
Oh, wow.
And they link up on Facebook, and then they all have like common traits or talents and stuff. And
wow.
happens all the time.
You know, thank the Most High for Facebook.
There was a show this man, he was a donor. He had like 20-something kids, like 20 different women. You know, they get to see them. Now I met him, I'm like, wow, you look exactly the same.
Can't be denied, man.
You can't. That's just it.
Papa was a Rolling Stone.
There's one guy. This guy, he lied about his degree. He lied about how smart he was. And he really wasn't that smart. He never got the degree out. And they're suing him because all these women liked the idea that he was like this doctor. He was very intelligent. And they found out this guy wasn't that. They found out
He's a con.
They were very upset. But he made the money though. He made the money he needed. You know,
Right.
he just had I don't know, but people were high about that.
You had the case where this man had ran and fled the feds for years, for 30, 40 years.
Yeah.
And they knocked on the door, and he had a whole nother alias. And they said, you know, the police at the door, they said, what's your name? He gave him a name, and they said, no, what's your real name?
Are you talking about that black dude?
The black dude that just got caught.
His wife found out.
And his wife said, man, she never knew that he had a whole nother life. That he was, he gave her a fake name, he had a fake life, and didn't realize what he was in the past. He was a criminal. But he had reformed himself and started a household and got mature, but his past caught up with him. Then he told the cops, yeah, this is my real name, that's who I am. They took him off. But, you know, a lot of people change over time, man. But if your parents are trying to make it back, like Abba was asking, they're trying to make at least some type of relationship, that don't mean you got to cut them off. There could at least be some type of communion. You know what? That's what the Most High wants to see anyway. Go to Malachi chapter 4, real quick.
I'm not letting go of Ecclesiastes.
Yeah, you let go of Ecclesiastes. Go to Malachi chapter 4.
Malachi chapter 4.
Yeah, and I want you to read. Malachi chapter 4. Start at verse 5.
Malachi chapter 4 verse 5. Behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Most High.
You know, a lot of people, the Most High said, I'm going to send Elijah the prophet before the great and dreadful day of the Most High. Go ahead.
And he shall turn the heart of the fathers to the children.
And what does the Most High want to see?
The hearts of the fathers turn to the children.
The Most High wants to see the hearts of the fathers turn back to who?
Children.
To the children. Now this has a double meaning, because it's not just the fathers that have been disbanded and have neglected and abandoned their households, according to Deuteronomy 28. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the curses that would, the generational curses that we would fall under, is that the fathers would leave their homes and leave their children. You know what I'm saying? And it's not just that, but it's also us as the children of the Most High coming back to the Most High. So it has a double meaning. Go ahead.
And the heart of the children to their fathers.
And the heart of the children turn back to who?
Their fathers.
And that's what the Most High wants to see anyway. That's the Most High's pleasure, for the fathers for their hearts to return back to their children that they may have abandoned, or that the hearts of the children embrace their fathers. On a spiritual level, as us seeking out the Most High as a father, but also us making amends with our parents, and the parents to the children, and the children to the parents. That's what the Most High wants to see anyway. So let that go. Did you want to finish that? Your total, was you done with it?
Oh, I'm done.
Okay. So let that go right there in Malachi, and let's go back to where we are in Genesis. Yeah.
Genesis 25 and verse 10. The field which Abraham purchased of the sons of Heth, there was Abraham buried, and Sarah his wife. And it came to pass, after the death of Abraham, that the Most High blessed his son Isaac, and Isaac dwelt by the well Lahairoi.
Lahairoi. Yeah.
Now these are the generations of Ishmael, Abraham's son, which Hagar the Egyptian, Sarah's handmaid, bare unto Abraham. And these are the names of the sons of Ishmael, by their names according to the generations. The firstborn of Ishmael, Nebajah, and Kedar, and Adabel, and Mibsam, and Mishma, and Dumah, and Masa, Hadar, and Tema, Jetur, and Naphish, and Kedemah. These are the sons of Ishmael, and these are their names, by their towns and their castles. 12 princes according to their nations. And these are the years of the life of Ishmael, 137 years. And he gave up the ghost and died, and was gathered unto his people. And they dwelt from Havilah and unto Shur, that is before Egypt, as thou goest toward Assyria. And he died in the presence of all his brethren.
So, what's this show? It shows the benefit of doing things the right way and then passing down your wealth to generations. And the wealth isn't just the physical wealth, it's the example. The example we give our kids is what they're going to inherit. Our kids is going to do what we do. Whatever I'm doing, my kids going to do the same thing. However, whatever kind of flaws I have, those flaws will pass down to the next generation. So the whole purpose of us cleaning ourselves up spiritually, making corrections, taking correction, communicating to elders, going through the process of change, allowing ourselves to be made uncomfortable, allowing new things to come out, new character flaws to be exposed, and then gradually, consistently erasing and working on those issues in our character, in our spirit, is for the benefit of the next generation anyway. It's supposed to be getting better per generation, because my children are going to inherit my issues. If I'm impatient, I guarantee you my children are going to deal with a little bit of impatience. If I'm disorganized, I guarantee you my children are going to deal with the same level of disorganization. If I have an anger streak in me that I haven't quenched, then based upon my example of anger, my children will inherit my natural anger streak. So when Sean went in the scripture about a wise man passes down an inheritance to his children's children, what does it mean? The greatest thing you can give someone is your example. Your example is the greatest thing you can give your brother, is the greatest thing you can give your sister. Your hospitality and care and desire and love and concern and that positive example is the greatest thing you can give your significant other. So giving yourself is the greatest gift. What did Christ give us? Himself. Christ gave us a phenomenal example to pass down to the rest of the nation of Israel, to where it helped us regenerate as a people. Based on Christ's example on a broad nationalistic level, that example 2,000 years ago has trickled down to 2020, where we're doing what? We're following those same course examples. So your desire to follow Christ in spirit, truth, sincerity, and action, that mindset hopefully will pass down to the next generation. And if they don't follow, they choose to rebel against your example, at least they knew right from wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they can always make the decision to come back to the right course of life. So what are we saying? Abraham was the father of many what? Nations. Now these nations over time deviated and went into some crazy burying practices, some weird marriage practices, based on their own what? Their own lust, their own deviation.
Yep.
And so you see these different children of different nations, and their nation, the condition of their nation is based off of their forefathers deviating from their father Abraham. And where are we as a nation? Our plight as a nation is based off of what? The same level of deviation. All we can do is go back and return to that inheritance. What's that inheritance? Our culture. Our culture is not just wearing fringes and wearing studs and having, a mitre on and, beards, braids, whatever style we have as a nation. Because, some brothers do beards, some do braids, some do fades, different people, different strokes, different folks, right? But it's not supposed to be an external culture. It's supposed to be a family culture. I mean, this is the culture of this, what I'm learning in the classroom, has to come into my household. And we teach that to brothers. When we do it, brothers, we mentor brothers. We are mentoring brothers to pass down this mindset and these principles into their home. Even if they don't have a family, these men are prepped. You're going to have a family. You're going to be a husband. So as an officer, as a young officer, practice these responsibilities. Because these, over time, you're going to be an officer in your home. You're going to be the one, the point man in your house. You're going to be the leader in your home. You need to make sure you maintain these principles for your home. So when a wise man passes down an inheritance, or a wise woman's passing down an inheritance, that what? The hospitality, that care, that concern that Rebecca had. She inherited that from her mother. The scripture says, as the mother is, so is the what? The daughter. So if I don't work on my internal issues or flaws, I'm just passing down that issue to the next generation. And it's our job to break those generational curses. That's why I'm glad we're going over the death element. We're not going to be here forever. We don't have all day to change. We don't have forever. We're not invincible. So this is the best time to work on and amend my life and live in the spirit of correction. If I'm living in the spirit of correction, I'm going to benefit my children, benefit my people. And I want to finish this last scripture. I said no, but I want to go real quick. Tobit 4 and 9. Because we had ended on just the different generations of Ishmael and all the children of Abraham, how they dealt in the end. We finished at 18. But let's go to Tobit 4 and 9.
Tobit 4 and verse 9.
Uh-huh.
For thou layest up a good treasure.
Thou layest up a good what?
A good treasure.
By me not deviating and me adding this biblical culture into my life on an applicable level. I'm applying this. It's not a religion. It's not church. It's not a weekly issue or succession. It's something I'm taking into my daily life. That's going to be my treasure. Read.
For thyself against the day of necessity.
The good virtues and the good actions and the good lessons you learn in the process of you growing as a man or woman in Christ, in the process of you taking correction and changing, in the process of you reading the scripture and following the paths of your ancestors, you're laying up a treasure against the day of what? Necessity. Right? Because there will come times and different conditions in life. There will be different times and conditions in life where things don't go according to plan. Right? We know that from Ecclesiastes in the Bible, chapter 3. What does that say? Real fast. Ecclesiastes chapter 3. Because Abraham's not relishing on death. He's not, I can't wait to die. Tobit's not, I can't wait to die. But if I die, when I do die, bury me with your mother. If I do die, make sure you maintain the house or maintain all the responsibilities. Know who my friends are. When David had to die, what did he do? He told Solomon, man, this is an enemy. These guys are my enemies, bro. Tobit's like, this guy has money. He'll take care of you. But they was like, these niggas was against him.
Cut him off.
Kill him. Listen, let not his head go down to the grave in peace. Don't let his gray head, meaning this person's an adversary, and once you get in the throne and seat of authority, he's going to constantly contend with you to take down your kingdom. So the parents were always wise in passing down instructions. We have to have the same mindset. I have to follow instruction first to pass instruction down. What would I pass down if I don't follow?
Right.
Read that scripture real quick. Ecclesiastes.
Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 1.
Uh-huh.
To everything there is a season.
To everything, there's a time to live and a time to die, right? We're reading that, right? Read.
And a time to every purpose under the heaven.
A time to every purpose under the heaven. Read.
A time to be born.
Time to
and
be
a
born.
time to die.
So when you're born, you're in the stage of following, getting whoopings, eating good food, having fun, eating candy, right? A, B, C, F, G, 1, 2, 3. Abagada, Hawaza. Overtime. Read on.
A time to plant.
A time to plant. You know what that means? It means you gotta learn how to work. He'll say it always. Listen, plant don't mean you out here investing, just balling. It means you out here lifting boxes, selling oils, going to work, going to Burger King.
Going to work.
You going to work. You doing whatever you gotta do physically to learn the spirit of work ethic. So if you want your children to be able to take care of themselves and feed themselves, you must teach them work ethic through your what? Through your example. Read on.
And a time to pluck up that which is planted.
There's a time, you know what? Once you invest and you've worked, there's a time to enjoy the benefits of your hard labor.
The harvest. Reap the harvest.
Reap the harvest. Read on.
A time to kill.
A time to do what?
A time to kill.
A time to kill spiritual flaws in your thought pattern. And in David's time to lay this cat down. These cats right here is against me. You gotta lay them down. Read on.
And a time to heal.
And a time to what?
Heal.
A time to heal. A time. Remember, Abraham in the beginning of chapter 23 he had a good bond with the children of Heth. He had a strong bond with them. So healing means I'm maintaining good bonds. I'm maintaining friendships and relationships. That means I have to do people right. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Read on.
A time to break down.
A time to break down.
And a time to build up.
And a time to build up. It's a time to some things I'm building in my life that need to stop. Certain processes need to stop, and I need to start a new process. Sometimes it's time to start over. We don't want to accept in life. Abraham's wife died, right? But then after that, Abraham mourned, and then later on, wasn't next week. But didn't Abraham have to remarry? He had to remarry. Nobody wants to think about that. But you can't live in suspended animation where you allow things to affect you, where you can't keep moving on with your life. Like Sean Shawan brought out, dealing with his cousin who her boyfriend died, and she's sleeping in the graveyard for days, losing her mind. Yeah. My mother was a widow. You know what I'm saying? Over time, she had to move on. She couldn't just be sad forever. Even though I thought that would be proper at the time. I was a kid. Oh man, I'm supposed to be sad forever. There's not here anymore. What you understand, son? Yeah. Is that I can't just go to work and go home and be sad for the next 30 years of my life. I have to move forward. I have to meet someone, and I have to have an interaction. Well, I'll be here for you, Mom. I'm not. You're having kid conversations. I didn't have grown folk conversations. So the scriptures are a map for our life if we take the scriptures seriously.
Yep.
Read on.
Absolutely.
That's the last one. Read on.
A time to weep.
A time to do what?
A time to weep.
So when you lose a significant other, there's a time you have to cry. When you lose a bond or a friendship, they might still be alive. There's a time to cry. If there's a time that, sometimes we don't want to let go of certain things about ourselves. We'd be crying, letting things go. I don't know who I am anymore. I used to be happy. No, you used to be about your lust. And that lust made you happy. And then after that lust was fulfilled, you had all these consequences that you didn't like. You didn't like the consequence, but you enjoyed the lust. So it's time to let the lust go and build spiritual happiness. Build things that make you happy in the spirit and not necessarily in the carnal flesh realm. Read on.
And a time to laugh.
And you know what? You gotta always make opportunities to enjoy yourself in the truth. People are in the truth, but they're not enjoying the truth. People read the Bible, but they're not enjoying the Bible. The Bible is not homework.
Right. They don't like the experience. They're supposed to be enjoying the experience.
Look, this is fun. Working with your people is fun. Going through changes and getting better and seeing who's really in your corner is fun. Getting advice that might not feel comfortable, but over time, learning how to pass that advice down and then also pass those tests, that feels good. There's a benefit, there's a joy in Christ. You have to maintain your happiness being an Israelite. It can't just be about, I'm always suffering. There is an element of suffering to the truth, and then you're supposed to find the way to tolerate it and find the happiness in it. The happiness in the truth is, okay, cool, I'm burying my wife, but you know what? I buried a woman that was in Christ because I lived a good example. I might have to bury a child. At least my child knew the Most High. I might have to bury my mother. She might not have been in the truth, but my mama knew the commandments. She quit eating pork. She stopped certain things. She gave the Most High, she got as much as she could get from her generation. She might not make it to my level of faith. And I have to accept that. You have to understand that you living this lifestyle is you're giving the people around you that know you a treasure. They might not just recognize. It might take them years to recognize the treasure you're giving your people. Read on.
A time to mourn and a time to dance. A time to cast away stones and a time to gather stones together. A time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing.
There's a time that you're supposed to hold on to people.
God.
There's a time when you gotta let people have a little distance because they tripping. That don't mean you don't love no more. But hey, man, you need to think about how you've been rolling on this.
They give them time to think about it so they can be ashamed.
Con. And you know what? And that's the way of the Lord. It's not this fake Christian love, happy, joy all the time. It's you go through ups and downs, but you fight for your happiness, you fight for your joy, you fight for your culture, you fight for your family, you fight for people. The Most High is making us fight for each other because when we were in our wickedness, what did we do? We got rid of each other. We wanted to be with the nations. Adam wanted to be in the trees and fit in with the cultures outside of Israel or outside the Adamites. So the Most High is just fighting. He's put us in a position to appreciate each other.
Yep.
This is about appreciation. When he buried his wife, he appreciated her. When Tobit's kids had to bury Tobit, they had something to appreciate. And when he died, he said, listen, man, take care of your mother. Appreciate her. The whole theme of these classes and these scriptures is about, do I have the ability to appreciate or not appreciate? Am I working on that spirit myself or not? And then you understand, you're going to live real life. You're going to bury people you didn't expect to bury. I didn't want this person to die. They don't live forever. We expect them to live forever because we have the mind of a child, which is okay. We're innocent. But I hope we were living day to day doing right by our people so that there's no regrets. Because what kills Israel is a spirit of regret. Spirit of thinking I should do this, I should do that, I didn't do this, I didn't do that. This person died without, we weren't on good terms.
Yep.
Me personally, on a personal level, I use regret as a motivation. I say, okay, this mistake I made, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make sure I'm better because this I don't know. I don't want to walk around feeling guilty. I don't want to walk around with the spirit of guilt on me. So it's so important to understand that this is a process. You're in a lifelong process, but you have to take it one day at a time and use this Bible as a real outline for your daily living. Is that clear? It's not a religion. A lot of us are looking at the Bible and the truth like a religion and not like an actual life course. This is a life course. And I don't know where scripture we're going to. I think we're going to, that's the last scripture.
And we're going to Kings after this.
All right.
You're done with Genesis?
I was finished.
Okay, then we're starting off with Kings. That way you want to read? First Kings chapter 1 through 31. No, we need some readers. No, we need some readers. We still got a lot more to go.
Readers become leaders.
Readers become leaders.
Dawiyad, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yehuda, Ban Yashal.
Dawiyad, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yehuda, Ban Yashal. Amaju. Right?
Yahweh by Shema Shabbatah.
Yahweh Shema Shabbatah.
All right.
We're going to read from 1 Kings chapter 1 through verse 1 through 31.
First Kings chapter 1, 1 through 31. Now, King David was old and stricken in years.
Man, for whatever reason that, the Sabbath reading starts off with a lot of sorrow. It started off in Genesis with Sarah dying, being 127. And then Abraham getting up there in age. And then Abraham dying, being buried next to Sarah. And then we went into a lot of death, how to deal with death. It's just one of these topics, just one of these Sabbath classes that deal with this, of how you're supposed to operate as a person in this life and what to do to prepare yourself for the next one. So it just showing you that everybody has a rise and a fall. That you may be in your youth and your strength, but that youth and strength don't last long. That you have to accumulate understanding. Somebody give me Proverbs 4:7 real quick. Proverbs chapter 4 verse 7.
Proverbs 4 and verse 7. Wisdom is the principal thing.
That's why it's so important that while you're young, you get as much wisdom as you can. You get as much wisdom. Wisdom is the correct application of knowledge. Knowledge is information gained through study. I have to study and then try to use what I study to make better decisions in my life. That's why it's so important that we do that now. Read on.
Therefore get wisdom.
Go ahead.
And with all thy getting, get understanding.
And while I'm living life, I'm getting what? I'm gaining what as I live?
Understanding.
I'm getting understanding. I'm gaining understanding so I know how and what to do to please the Most High, to execute His will, in order to pass down to the future generation what's necessary to provide them with what they need to function with when I'm gone. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm able to pass something down. I have something to give. I have something to offer. And that's while we're young, we're supposed to be accumulating this. Read on. Let that go. Let's go back to Kings.
All right. Now King David was old and stricken in years, and they covered him with clothes, but he got no heat.
And what happens as your body starts? David was one of the foremost figures in the Bible, one of the greatest patriarchs in the scriptures. But even the greatest, even the strong ones, decline in health. Even the strong ones get weak. Even the strong ones get fatigued, and age catches up with everybody. Age catches everybody. The body is not made to last forever. Partially, a long period of it is due to our sins. We dealt with it in a class not too long ago about why the Most High has taken our lives and shortened our lives from 900 to close to 1,000 years down to 70 years. So what we realize is we don't have a lot of time. At least they got to like 175, Abraham, 127. It'd be beautiful just to get to 100. But take advantage of the time. That's something that we can't waste. Make the most of the situation and changing your life and learning as much as possible right now while you're young, while you have your strength. Because even the strong ones, even David, being one of the mightiest figures in the scriptures, is now diminishing in strength, but not in understanding. That's the beautiful thing about David. He didn't change his disposition or his fear of the Most High as he got older. Solomon did, but not David. Read on.
Wherefore his servants said unto him, Let there be sought for my lord, the king, a young virgin.
You know what? When you don't get heat, that means your body's not. You don't have circulation. David obviously is going through some type of circulation issue. Your body, your extremities, your hands, your feet, they're the furthest extremity away from the heart. That's the last areas of the body to get a supply of blood flow. Is your fingertips and your toes. Those will be the first thing that people. Those are the first thing that people get people start to happen to older people is they get cold. That's why you see it could be summertime, but you see old people with a sweater on. You see grandma with a shawl or a blanket or just a thin sweater. Because old people temperature, their body temperature don't uphold the heat like it normally does. Their heart is not as strong. And they get cold, man. And that's what this is a circulation issue. David is dealing with this, man, in his age. Read.
Wherefore his servants said unto him, let there be sought for my lord the king a young virgin.
Man, so he got some good servants.
You know what I'm saying? Some great servants here.
He got some servants. He got some service with him in mind. Go ahead.
And let her stand before the king, and let her cherish him, and let her lie in thy bosom, and let my lord.
You know they say body heat is the best heat. How do you know this? Go to Ecclesiastes in the Bible, chapter 4, verse 9. Ain't no heat like body heat.
Yeah. Nothing new.
You can have all the state-of-the-art pillows and blankets and weighted blankets you want.
You know what they got going on now, right?
Thermal blankets and plug-in blankets. Remember the
they got-
1980 blankets that you plug in? Them old joints that catch on fire. Well, go ahead. Huh?
No, they got this new service where there's professional cutlers,
Whoa.
professional cuddling,
Yeah.
and people pay them just to cuddle them.
It's just a hug.
Yeah, they just cuddle them out.
And who, you know, and the question is, first of all, what kind of person are you? You want to go to somebody and you want to create a business out of just hugging people. You know what I'm saying?
No more free hugs. Remember those free
Yeah.
hugs out in the mall out there, those signs out?
Oh my
You
God.
paying for this?
You got to pay for these. this cuddle time, huh? Spooning.
Yeah.
Read that Ecclesiastes 4:9.
Ecclesiastes 4 verse 9. Two are better than one.
What does David's servants understand?
Two are better than one.
They understand that two is better than one. You know what? As much as that, that talk, I don't need a man. I don't need. I can do good. I got whatever I need. I can take care of myself. But you know what you're missing? You're missing that person to give you that body heat, man. It's valuable. It's beautiful. That cuddling is a wonderful thing. It's a part of life. Read.
Because they have a good reward for their labor.
Because they have a what?
A good reward for their labor.
Go ahead.
For if they fall.
If they what?
For if they fall.
Because you know what? If I fall, go ahead.
The one will lift up his fellow.
The Most High made companionship necessary as a beautiful thing. There's supposed to be some companionship. That's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. We talk about relationships like it's a bad thing. It's not. It's a good thing. It's just finding the relationship is the hard part. Finding the person to cuddle with is the hard part. Trusting somebody to be with is the hard part. Read on.
But woe to him that is alone.
Read on.
When he falleth, for he hath not another to help him up.
Read on.
Again, if two lie together.
If two what?
If two lie together.
If two people were in the bed together, go ahead.
Then they have heat.
What do they have when you got companionship?
They have heat.
You got heat. You got friction. You got body heat. You know what I'm saying? It takes you away from having to supply this heat for yourself or create your own heat. It's a good thing. You know what I'm saying? And you get that heat when you have the right individuals, like Abraham was praying for, that his servant would help find for Isaac. Find my son the right kind of heat. Find him the right person that could be there for him. Sent from the Most High. He said if two lie together, then they have what?
Heat.
Go ahead.
But how can one be warm alone?
And that's what they understand. That's why they said, you know what? Let's get him some body heat. Let's get him a young virgin, just in case. No, just playing.
It was righteous. It was righteous.
It was a righteous move, man.
Yeah.
Just in case, she's a virgin. Hey, it's available. Oh, go ahead. Verse 2 again.
Wherefore, his servants said unto him, let there be sought for my lord, the king, a young virgin, and let her stand before the king, and let her cherish him, and let her lie in thy bosom, that my lord, the king, may get heat.
And that's how you get heat. Go ahead.
And they sought for a fair damsel throughout all the coast of Israel.
They didn't just look for anybody. There's something that's cuddle worthy. Go ahead.
And found Abishag the Shulamite, and brought her to the king. And the damsel was fair, and cherished the king, and ministered to him. But the king knew her not.
What does that mean? He ain't sleep with her. He ain't sleep with her. So that's a good thing. She was hired as a cutler. I guess. I guess you're right, dog. It's not a sham job. I guess you're right.
Professional Colors Incorporated.
I guess that's biblical. We can find that in the scriptures.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So they sought for a fair virgin throughout the coast of Israel, and found Abishag the Shulamite, and brought her to the king. And the damsel was very fair, and cherished the king, and ministered to him. But the king knew her not. And Adonijah, the son of Haggith, exalted himself, saying, I will be king, and prepared him chariots, and horsemen, and 50 men to run before him. And his father had not displeased him at any time in saying, why hast thou done so?
Now this just like our kids, man. You know, they see we getting old, they start trying to step up and take over everything.
Wow.
It's sad, but that's our people. They be trying to oversee the estate, oversee the household, appoint themselves over the finances. I'm gonna be over Papa's finances. I'm gonna be over Nana's finances. I'm gonna be the one buying her medication. I need her insurance card. I need her social security check. I'm gonna get the check. I'm gonna put the address. I'm gonna make sure the check go to my address.
Yep.
We start appointing ourselves in positions as our family get old, and not always righteously so. You know what I'm saying?
Come on.
Go ahead.
It says, why hast thou done so? And he also was a very goodly man, and his mother bare him after Absalom. And he conferred with Joab the son of Jeruah, and Abiathar the priest, and they following Adonijah helped him. But Zadok the priest, and Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, and Nathan the prophet, and Shimei, and Ray, and the mighty men which belonged to David, were not with Adonijah. And Adonijah slew sheep and oxen and fat cattle by the stone of Zahileth, which is in Ragel. And it called all his brethren, the king's sons, and all the men of Judah, the king's servants. But Nathan the prophet, and Benaiah, and the mighty men, and Solomon his brother, was called not.
Man,
wow, he knew not to call her.
he knew what he was doing. What did Christ say in Matthew 23 and 12? Matthew chapter 23 verse 12.
Matthew chapter 20. Matthew chapter 23 and verse 12 reads, and whosoever shall exalt himself.
The Most High said, Christ, this is Christ speaking, Yahweh Shah speaking. He said, whosoever shall exalt himself. I'm going to put myself on a pedestal that I didn't earn, or I didn't deserve, or I wasn't appointed to. This man, what we're reading about, saw David's condition and tried to take advantage of David's condition. I'm going to try to take advantage of the condition, and I'm going to exalt myself above my brothers, and I'm going to self-promote myself. I'm not going to do things the right way. I'm going to do things based on the circumstance. I'm going to take advantage of the situation, and I'm going to put myself on a level, on a pedestal. What did Christ say?
Himself shall be abased.
He said, whomsoever shall exalt himself, go ahead.
Himself shall be abased.
Go ahead.
And he that shall humble himself.
But did this man Adonijah come with some humility? No. He came with pride. He said, but whoever humbles himself, go ahead,
shall be exalted.
and that's how it's supposed to be. So what we're reading about is somebody who promoted themselves and inflated themselves and put themselves in a position of authority that was unrighteous, and it wasn't ordained. So let's read on.
It says, and Solomon his brother he called not. Wherefore Nathan spake unto Bathsheba, the mother of Solomon, saying, Hast thou not heard that Adonijah, the son of Haggith, doth reign, and David our Lord knoweth it not?
He said he didn't even go to his father. He's just going to take the crown. I'm going to take the authority. I'm going to be the family leader. I didn't even go to him and get his blessing. Now we got to go back to here one more time. Ecclesiastes chapter 3. He didn't get the blessing of his father to take the kingdom. Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 3.
And I want you to read verse 8
Ecclesiasticus
and 9.
chapter 3 verse 8 and verse 9.
Read that. I got it. Go ahead.
It says, honor thy father and mother, both in word and deed.
What does the scripture say?
Honor thy father and mother, both in word and deed.
You're supposed to honor your father and your mother both in word and in what?
Deed.
And in deed. Go ahead.
That a blessing may.
That a what?
That a blessing.
You're supposed to honor you respect your parents so that a what?
A blessing.
So is the Most High watching how children treat their parents? Is the Most High watching how children talk to their parents?
Come.
He said, honor thy father and thy mother, that a what?
A blessing may come upon thee from them.
Go ahead. So that they can put a blessing on you. The Most High is not dealing with anybody who's self-promoting themselves or exalting themselves prematurely. The Most High, he said he does everything decently in order. If your parents bless you, then you will be blessed. If your parents ask the Most High not to put the blessing on you, but bypass you, then that you're going to get bypassed. That's just how it works. But he said you're supposed to pay them respect so that a blessing may come upon you from them. Read on. Because the Most High is listening to their wishes, their prayers. Read on.
For the blessing of the Father.
And this is the proof. He said the blessing of the Father, go ahead,
establisheth the houses of children.
And that's the way it should have been. If Adonijah wanted to deal correctly, he would have went to David and asked David for his blessing. It would have asked David, is it fair that I be king, instead of, without his knowledge, just taking over the authority. And that's why Christ said, whoever exalts himself shall be abased. Because he didn't come the right way. He didn't go through his father. Read on.
But the curse of the mother rooteth out foundations.
Read on.
Glory not in the dishonor of thy father.
That was a disrespectful thing for Adonijah to do.
Wow.
Even to his father. I'm just going to put myself over your kingdom, and I didn't even call you. I didn't even come to you. I didn't consort with you. I didn't counsel with you. I didn't get permission. I'm just going to put myself in a seat of authority with no permission. That's like taking your parents' car. You didn't even ask for it. You just went in their room, opened the drawer, took the keys, got in the car and drove off. That's bold, man. The Most High don't bless bold children like that. He blesses humble children that do things the right way, that pays respect to their parents. Read on.
For thy father's dishonor is no glory unto thee.
And that's why you know Adonijah was in the wrong. Go ahead.
It says, for the glory of a man is from the honor of his father.
Where does a man get his glory from?
Honor of his father.
Who's the Most High listening to?
His father.
Who's the Most High's prayers? Whose prayers is he listening to?
His father.
Go ahead.
It says, and a mother in dishonor is a reproach to the children.
Go ahead.
My son, keep thy father in his age, and grieve him not as long as he liveth.
That's it. Now go back to Kings, where we're at in 1 Kings, where he took the throne without his father.
Verse 11.
Verse 11, yeah.
Wherefore Nathan spake unto Bathsheba, the mother of Solomon, saying, hast thou not heard that Adonijah the son of Haggith doth reign, and David our Lord knoweth it not? Now therefore come, let me, I pray thee, give thee counsel, that thou mayest save thine own life, and the life of thy son Solomon. Go and get thee in unto King David, and say unto him, Didst not thou, my lord, O king, swear unto thine handmaid, saying, assuredly, Solomon thy son shall reign after me, and he shall sit upon my throne. Why then doth Adonijah reign? Behold, thou yet talkest there with the king. I also will come in after thee, and confirm thy words. And Bathsheba went in unto the king into the chamber, and the king was very old.
And what the condition of, that's how you know his sons were taking advantage of him, man. That was wrong, man. Your father then built you up to be established to where all the nations of the world fear you. They fear your people. And he established peace amongst all the nations, or they was getting killed. He subjugated all the surrounding nations. And the Most High brought many victories through the hands of David. And when this man is old, the respect that you're going to give him is to take over his throne without his permission and without his knowledge. That's a straight disrespectful thing. Read on.
And Abishag the Shulamite ministered unto the king. And Bathsheba bowed and did obeisance unto the king. And the king said, what wouldest thou?
What do you need? What do you need from me? Go ahead.
And she said unto him, my lord, thou swearest by the Lord thy power unto thine handmaid, saying, assuredly Solomon thy son shall reign after me, and he shall sit upon my throne. And now, behold, Adonijah reigneth, and now, my lord the king, thou knowest it not. And he has slain oxen and fat cattle and sheep.
Man, he didn't put on the whole show. He's confirming it with a feast, a celebration, an anointing process.
Sure.
Go ahead.
And hath called all the sons of the king, and Abiathar the priest, and Joab the captain of the host. But Solomon thy servant hath he not called.
Man, come on. Go ahead.
And thou, my lord, O king, the eyes of all Israel are upon thee, that thou shouldest tell them who sit on the throne of my lord the king after him. Otherwise it shall come to pass, when my lord the king shall sleep with his fathers, that I and my son Solomon shall be counted offenders.
Damn.
And lo, that's like a political thing, bro.
Yeah, you know what? It is. Because nobody wants to be challenged for the throne. No, especially a newly found electee in the throne. Then we just got through seeing these presidential debates. Trump still don't want to leave the White House. Nobody wants to be secondary when it comes to leadership. And this is a. I know that our people are not in the position of kings and queens as of yet, but as far as what we do deal with on an everyday basis, you know, there's a lot of infighting between families, and there's a lot of feuding amongst family and relatives based upon who's going to get what. We've been talking about it the whole class. Based upon who's going to receive the inheritance, who's going to get what from their parents when they pass. Those are real detrimental topics that tear families apart. That's what destroys the fabric of families. That's why brothers and sisters don't talk. That's why family members go their separate ways. They don't deal with each other. Because they've somewhere nobody wants to be supplanted. But the way the Most High set it up, the oldest should be the inheritance, should receive the inheritance. But the way that the Most High had dealt with David, he told him that Solomon shall reign. Solomon shall have the kingdom. But the older brother obviously wasn't feeling that. He wasn't having that. He was going to put himself in that position of authority.
You're going to force the course.
He's going to force the course of the river. Read on.
And lo, while she yet talked with the king, Nathan the prophet also came in. And they told the king, saying, behold, Nathan the prophet. And when he was come in before the king, he bowed himself before the king with his face to the ground. And Nathan said, my lord, O king, hast thou said Adonijah shall reign after me? He shall sit upon my throne? For he is gone down this day and hath slain oxen and fat cattle and sheep in abundance, and hath called all the king's sons, and the captain of hosts, and Abiathar the priest, and behold, they eat and drink before him, and say, God save King Adonijah.
Damn.
It's a trip.
Go ahead.
But me, even me thy servant, and Zadok the priest, and Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, and thy servant Solomon, hath he not called? Is this thing done by my lord the king? And thou hast not showed it unto thy servant, who should sit on the throne of my lord the king after him? Then King David answered and said, Call me Bathsheba. And she came unto the king's presence, and stood before the king. And the king sware and said, As the Lord liveth, that hath redeemed my soul out of all distress, even as I swear unto thee by the Lord thy power of Israel, saying, Assuredly Solomon thy son shall reign after me, and he shall sit upon my throne in my stead. Even so will I certainly do this day. Then Bathsheba bowed with her face to the earth, and did reverence to the king, and said, Let my lord King David live forever.
So now we're done with as far as the Old Testament reading. We're going to go into the New Testament. We're going to pick up in Matthew chapter 1, verse 1. All right. Matthew chapter 1, verse 1. And we're going to see how that translates into what the event that was going on as David got old played a major role in the descendancy of Christ. You know what I'm saying? Because Christ would have never come from Solomon if Adonijah had unrighteously taken the throne. You know what I'm saying? But there was already promised to him that Solomon was going to be a seed. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah.
No problem. St. Matthew chapter 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
1 through what?
Matthew chapter 1, verse 1 through 17. We're just going to read straight through.
St. Matthew 1 through 17.
And matter of fact, we're just going to read straight through 1 through 17. But I want you to get, go back to where we were at in Josephus in 775.
Okay.
And I want you to read this, Elisha, while he reads that. And then we can wrap it up. Yeah, just 30 more minutes. Yeah, we're in 775, and I want you to read book 6. And I want you to read page 776. Start at book 7, chapter 7, on sentence 36.
Okay.
All right, but when I say so, okay, let's go ahead, David. Let's read through that. Yeah, we'll do that too. Yeah, that's what we're just going to read.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
St. Matthew 1 through 17. The book of the generation of Jesus Christ, Yahushua, the son of David, the son of Abraham. Abraham begat Isaac, and Isaac begat Jacob, and Jacob begat Judas and his brethren. And Judas...
And verse 1 said, let's read verse 1 real quick.
The book of the generations of Yahushua, the son of David.
It goes straight to the point. He was known as the what?
Son of David.
The son of David. And it was necessary that the genealogy the Most High had, the way he had it set up, was for Solomon, for Christ to come through Solomon's lineage, not Adonijah's. Go ahead.
And the son of Abraham. Abraham begat Isaac, and Isaac begat Jacob, and Jacob begat Judas and his brethren, and Judas begat Phares, and Zara of Thamar, and Phares begat Eshron, and Eshron begat Aram, and Aaron begat Aminadab, and Abinadab begat Nason, and Nason begat Salmon, and Salmon begat Booz of Rechab, and Booz begat Obed of Ruth, and Obed begat Jesse, and Jesse begat David the king, and David the king begat Solomon of her that had been the wife of Urias.
Now it's for this one particular reason, a lot of people don't believe that Christ came through Solomon, because Solomon was born out of what? Out of an adulterous relationship. Because it was your Bathsheba belonged to Uriah, and he had Uriah killed, and then the first baby that they had together died, and then Solomon was born, but the Most High dealt with him. But because Christ came through Solomon, and a lot of people don't honor that. They want to say the Most High wouldn't make that. That's a mistake. So there's a flaw. People see flaw in that. They see flaw in the fact that Christ was born out of Solomon's loins. You know, but go to Romans chapter 9 real quick. Verse 20.
Romans 9
Start at verse 19. No, verse 18.
and verse 18. Therefore, hath he mercy on whom he will have mercy.
So if the Most High wanted Solomon to be born, Christ to be born through Solomon, that's the Most High's choice. A lot of people have a problem with it, but read on.
And whom he will slide. And whom he hardened.
Go ahead.
Thou wilt say then unto me, why doth he yet find fault?
The scriptures say, why do people have a problem with the scriptures? You know, yes, it was wrong. And because it was wrong, that's why that little baby that they first had together had to die. That was the repercussion of the wrongdoing that David did. He laid down on the ground 7 days mourning for that baby. And that still couldn't save the baby. So he paid his due. You know what I'm saying? He was punished for his mistake. But Solomon was a way that a child that the Most High returned back unto David with. That's why he said it's the Most High. It says, thou wilt say then, why doth he yet find fault? Go ahead.
For who hath resisted his will?
A lot of people have something to say about the scriptures, but the Most High had it happen the way he wanted it to happen. Read on.
Nay, but, O man, who art thou that repliest against the Most High?
Who are we to say that the Christ should not have come out of the seed of Solomon, because because Solomon's mother was a case of adultery? You know what? There's a lot of things that we may not know about our upbringing. You know
How we got here?
How we got here?
We got here when Rick James was playing the club.
Yeah.
So we got here.
You know, so we never know who, but you know them old folks know. Old people know what's going on. Old people know what really happened and how you really got here. They just choose to keep it quiet. They just don't want to talk about it no more.
That's crazy.
But read on.
Shall the thing formed say to him that formed it, why hast thou made me thus?
Go ahead.
Have not the potter power over the clay?
And that's the whole point. He said, have not the potter power over the clay? Go ahead.
Of the same lump, to make one vessel unto honor and another unto dishonor.
And so that child was dishonored by the Most High, and that life had to be taken. Solomon, which came after that child that they had, that child was honored. And that determination is up to the Most High. That's not for us to go back and say that Christ should have never been born out of Solomon's seed. That's not for us to say that. All right? So let's go back to where we at in Matthew.
Matthew, verse 7, chapter 1. And Solomon begat Rehoboam.
Which is Rehoboam. Say.
Okay. And Rehoboam begat Abiah. Abiah begat Asa. Asa begat Jehoshaphat. Jehoshaphat begat Haram. Joram begat Ozias. And Ozias begat Jethro. And Jethro begat Azekah. And Azekah begat Ezekias. And Ezekias begat Manasseh. And Manasseh begat Ammon. Ammon begat Josiah. And Josiah begat Jeconias and his brethren, about the time they were carried away to Babylon. It's all the kings, right?
Yeah.
First king, second kings, right?
Yeah.
It's real tripping that. And after they were brought to Babylon, Jeconias begat Saliel. And Saliel begat Zerubbabel. And Zerubbabel begat Abud. And Abud begat Elikim. Elikim begat Azor. And Azor begat Zadok. And Zadok begat Achim. And Achim begat Ehuliad. And Ehuliad begat Eleazar. And Eleazar begat Matthian. And Matthias begat Jacob. And Jacob begat Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Yahushua, who was called Christ.
Because obviously he came out of the seed of David. He was called the son of David. The only way that Christ would be called the son of David, obviously he came from his loins. He came from his seed. And a lot of people, that dispels the idea that he was immaculate conception. He came out the seed of David. Go ahead.
It says, and Jacob begat Joseph, the husband of Mary, whom was born Yahushua, who was called Hamashiach, Christ.
We're going to 17.
So all the generations of Abraham to David were 14 generations.
Uh-huh.
And from David unto the carrying away into Babylon are 14 generations. And from the carrying away into Babylon unto Yahushua are 14 generations.
So obviously the Most High had a succession of things planned out. If you look at it, was exactly 14 generations throughout these monumental things. So with that, we're going to finish up with 1 Corinthians. Yes, I'm sorry. We're going to read why this is important. Because it's a lot of names. A lot of times when you get through these genealogies, people get bored about these genealogies. People get bored. It's a lot of names. They're hard to pronounce. And it's like, why are we reading all about the descendancy of all these names and all these people? It's important to know this because it's critical to understand that the names of the individuals written down gives you a record. When you go to Isaiah chapter, matter of fact, before I even go there, read this in Josephus. Go ahead.
36. But what is the strongest argument of our exact management in this matter?
Go ahead.
Is what I am now going to say.
Go ahead.
That we have the names of our high priests, from father to son.
It says the purpose of having these records is so that you could have the name of these priests from father to son. You could have names of who was born to who that can trace all the way back. But there's a purpose for it. So you can know your roots. You can know who you are. Go ahead.
Set down in our records for the interval of 2,000 years.
It says for over 2,000 years, exact records and documents were kept so that you can understand where you come from. You know how much money, what's that damn genealogical search online today? Say it again. I can't hear you. 23andMe. What's that other one that people go through to find their genealogy?
Family tree one.
Yeah, the family tree one.
Ancestry.com.
Ancestry.com. You know how much millions of dollars they make in Ancestry.com from people trying to find out who's who? People trying to dig through records to find out where they come from, who they were, where their family's from. They make millions of dollars. But our people is the main ones who spending the money trying to figure out. After grandma and grandpa, things get real cloudy. After great grandma and great grandpa, things started getting real hazy. But we kept strict records, and that's also a part of our culture. We kept strict records about where we come from and who we came from. Like we read earlier, when it was easy to understand when Josephus said, "Man, Abraham said, I want my son to be married of a good stock from amongst my people." You know what he can do? He can go to the scriptures and find out who his people are, who that woman's people are. I can look and say, okay, let me search the records and find out where this woman come from that's gonna marry my child. We kept strict records for over 2,000 years. No other nations did it. The Egyptians did it, Chaldeans did it, but we did it for our own purpose of understanding who could be priests. And not just anybody was allowed to be a record keeper. No, it's going to say that. Read on.
That's dope.
And if any one of these have been transgressors of these rules, they are prohibited to present themselves at the altar.
It said if anybody would prohibit or miswrite the records, he said they couldn't be a priest.
Wow.
Read on.
Or to be partakers of any other of our purifications. And this is justly, or rather necessarily done, because everyone is not permitted of his own accord to be a writer.
It says not everybody could just write the histories and the genealogies. The Most High had hand-selected particular individuals to record the genealogies of our people. He just didn't want anybody writing their history down. They could insert, lie, not tell the truth. It said if they were found not writing it, they would be denied opportunity to be a priest and to serve the Most High. The Most High was in control of all the people that he was influencing. Read on.
Nor is there any disagreement in what is written.
He says, neither are there any disagreements in what is written. Go ahead.
They being only prophets that have written the original and earliest accounts of things, as they learned them of Yahweh himself by inspiration.
And so even Josephus understood that the Most High inspired the prophets to write down the records of histories and genealogies for us. Having a record is critical and important, and here's why. Go to Isaiah chapter 53 verse 1 real quick.
Isaiah chapter 53 and verse 1. Who hath believed?
You read John 12:38.
Who hath believed our report?
And that's why he says, who believed our report? A lot of people don't realize the importance of record keeping. The record keeping is so that you can have a report that people can follow and believe in as facts, that they can trust, that they can always go back to. Even county courts keep records. They keep records for everything. So that even you got a record. You got a criminal record. Everybody got a record. You got a track record, a credit history. Everybody's keeping records of some type on you. But that's what it was common for us that the Most High would give us the most accurate records on the earth. That no flaws and no disagreements were implemented between the writers. There was no contention between the writers. Everything was in agreement. Read on.
And to whom is the arm of the Lord revealed?
He said, and whom is the arm of the Lord revealed? To those that believe those records of the Bible. That's who the Most High will reveal his word to. You got to believe the record that's written down about where you come from and who you are. That's who the Most High decides to reveal his knowledge to. You got to believe the record. John said the same thing. Watch, read this.
St. John 12:38. St. John 12:38. That the saying of the saying of Isaiah, the prophet, might be fulfilled, which he spake, Lord, who hath believed our report?
And the Most High is only revealing himself to those who believe the records or the reports that's left behind by these prophets. If you can't believe the records, then you can't believe in Christ. And if somebody lied to you and tell you, oh, Christ was an angel, then you should be able to find a record that say he was an angel. But when I go to the records, it said he came not as an angel, but came unto as a man, unto us as a spirit of man. In Hebrews, what is that, chapter 2? He took not upon him the nature of angels, right? So if somebody lied to me and say, oh man, Christ was a spirit, he was an angel, he wasn't real, he was a theory, he was an idea, I should be able to go to my records and see if Christ was an idea.
16, yeah. For he took not on him the nature of angels. He was 2:16. But he took on him the seed of Abraham.
Nobody can lie to me when I got records. And I got good record keeping. Nobody can tell me about the Most High and blow smoke up my butt or pull the wool over my eyes. You can't make me believe something that's not in this book. That's how you trick people. But when you are dependent upon these records for your understanding, nobody can lie to you. That's why he said again in John, who have believed our report? Go ahead.
That the saying of Isaiah, the prophet, might be fulfilled.
Because didn't you just read in Isaiah 53 and 1? He said what? Who believed our report, right? Using Isaiah 53 and 1.
Isaiah 53 and verse 1. Who hath believed our report?
Go ahead.
And to whom is the arm of the Lord revealed?
And who is the Most High going to show himself to? For those that believe the reports. Those that believe the records. Read on, Dawiyah.
Therefore, verse 39, they could not believe because Isaiah said again. Therefore they could not believe Because that Isaiah said again, he has blinded their eyes.
Because they don't believe. Because they don't believe the records that's kept. How do you know that? Go to John chapter 19, verse 35. Record keeping is critical. Record keeping is important. And Josephus understood this.
St. John 19 and 35. And he that saw it bear record.
And he that saw it did what?
Bear record.
And why does the Most High have people and prophets and individuals write everything down on record? Go ahead.
And his record is true.
And so that you know the difference between what is true and what is fake. So nobody can lie to you. That's why it's so important that you understand the record. Although these records may be boring, you know, especially you get a Genesis chapter 5, and so-and-so begat so-and-so, so-and-so begat so-and-so, so-and-so begat so-and-so. Even reading the genealogy of Christ in Matthew 1 or in Luke chapter 3. And so-and-so begat so-and-so. But you know what it's for? It's for your understanding and your belief, to solidify your belief. So you can go back to truth in a world that's full of lies and falsities and fake doctrines and fake beliefs. You have a source that you can trust because the record has been kept and it's accurate. Read that one more time.
Verse 35. And he that saw it bear record.
And he wrote it down for what purpose? Read on.
And his record is true.
Go ahead.
And he knoweth that he saith true, that they might believe.
Why did the Most High allow records to be written down?
That they might believe.
To make your belief strong. So as you go through these records, as you go through the genealogies, as you go through the Bible, it may seem boring, but it's all to add on to your faith. You got to change how you look at it. What you may think is boring is actually your strength. It actually solidifies your belief. That's why it's so critical that records were always kept. Right? Now go back to Josephus where you were.
And this is justly, or rather necessarily done, because everyone is not permitted of his own accord to be a writer, nor is there any disagreement in what is written. They being only prophets that have written the original and earliest accounts of things, as they learned them of the Most High himself by inspiration.
And where did Josephus say that the prophets got their knowledge from?
Most High.
Most High by inspiration. So by these records that the prophets left behind, they're also made to inspire you. That's what they're for. Read on.
And others have written what have happened in their own times, and that in a very distinct manner also.
They said, but all these things was written so that we could have understanding, so that we might believe in the Most High the more. Because we got a true record that's never changed. So as we read these genealogies, it may seem boring, but it's all for your belief. That's why the Most High allowed men to maintain a record. We have something to go back to that's true. If it wasn't for this Bible, we wouldn't know what to believe in. We'd be following some false doctrine right now. We'd probably be meditating, doing yoga, saying some prayers to a different God.
That's why the universe is good.
Wearing stones and rocks and crystals, as if that has power. Having rabbit's foot and Lucky Charms in our pocket. Being superstitious is all outdoors.
Which is not too long ago.
Yeah,
Life was just real, like in the 70s.
it was only a few years ago.
Bad luck is what you got. It's what you got. Bad luck.
Yeah, but, for real. So the Most High gave us something that's solid, that we can depend on, that makes firm our belief. That's why it's so necessary that we go through what some people may say, man, I don't like reading the Bible because it's a lot of names. I can't read them, don't understand them. But if you take the time to, it'll strengthen your understanding. And you understand how factual these things are. All right? So let's go to 1 Corinthians. We're going to go ahead and wrap it up real soon. Let's go to 1 Corinthians chapter 15, and we're going to read 7 verses. 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 50. And we're going to end with the New Testament. But we got to bring this out too. Even though it's only 7 verses, there's a lot of meat in there.
1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 1 through 15.
50 through 57.
Okay, 50. Got you. This says right here. Now this I say, brethren, that flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God.
It says we're not going to make it to the kingdom of the Most High in these mortal bodies. These bodies aren't making it to the kingdom. These bodies are not going with Christ, not the physical body.
God.
That's why we read Sarah died and was put in a grave. Abraham died, put in a grave. David got old. We're not taking these bodies with us. Go ahead.
Neither doth corruption inherit incorruption.
Go ahead.
Behold, I show you a mystery.
He says, I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you something of how the process must be in order for us as humans to inherit the kingdom. This is the process. Read.
We shall not all sleep.
He says, we shall not all what?
Sleep.
So not everybody is going to die before Christ comes back. Some of us will still be alive and get the opportunity to see the coming of Christ with our own eyes. Some will and some won't. So how does it work? If I've died before Christ comes, does the Most High forget about me? Does he only take those that are here on earth? No. He said, I'm going to show you a mystery. He says, not all those, read that part again.
Verse 51. Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed.
Now go to 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 13. To get more understanding in what he's saying about when Christ comes, some of us are going to witness him with our own two eyes, and some of us may have passed on already.
1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 13. But I would not have you to be ignorant, brethren,
Go ahead.
concerning them which are asleep.
He says, I'm not going to let you be ignorant concerning those that are asleep, the ones that may have died before Christ came. Some of us will pass before Christ comes. Some of us going to get to see Christ. But they still belong to him. And he's going to explain. Go ahead.
That ye sorrow not.
That ye what?
Ye sorrow not.
So if you have lost some loved ones, don't worry. Read on.
Even as others which have no hope.
Go ahead.
For if we believe that Yahushua died and rose again,
If we believe that Christ died and was able to be raised from the dead, read on.
even so them also which are asleep in Yahushua,
Then all our relatives that we've passed, that we've lost, all our family members that may pass, even us if we don't make it to see the coming of Christ, that doesn't mean that we didn't make it to the kingdom. Read that part again.
for if we believe that Yahushua died and rose again, even so them also which sleep in Yahushua will the Most High bring with them.
He said he's going, even those that did pass, he's going to bring them with him. There's a lot of our people that died, and there's a lot of mothers, man, that are losing sons, that's losing daughters. Go to 2nd Ezra chapter 2, verse 15. There's a lot of mothers, a lot of parents that's losing children left and right, either by some custody battle or some child trafficking, sex trafficking, all this crazy stuff that's going on. Kidnapping or gunshot wounds, gang banging, disease, sickness. Read that right there. 2nd Ezra chapter 2, verse 15.
2nd Ezra chapter 2 and verse 15. Mother, embrace thy children.
It says, mothers, embrace your children. Go ahead.
And bring them up with gladness.
He says, don't be angry at your children. Bring them up with gladness. Go ahead.
Make their feet as fast as a pillar.
Teach them as much as you can. Make them strong as possible. Read.
For I have chosen thee, saith the Lord.
The Most High said, I still chose you. Go ahead.
And those that be dead.
He said, and those that be what?
That be dead.
He said, and if you have a son that died, this is a message to the mothers. If your son got caught up, but he was a believer, but he got caught up in the wrong life, or he passed, got sick, or he died, he said, and those that be dead, what?
Will I raise up.
He said he's going to do what?
Raise up.
He's not, so even the ones that die in Christ, he said he's still going to raise them up. Read.
Again from their places.
He said, I'm going to raise them up again from their places. Read.
And bring them out of the grave.
And bring them out of what?
Of the grave.
He's going to bring them out the sepulture. Why is that? Because if you believe that the Most High raised up Christ, then you should have enough faith that if you die, the Most High going to raise you up too. So you know what that means? That means that you should live life as strong and as vigilant and as dedicated and as disciplined as possible, even unto death. then you should live life as unstoppable. Because even if you die, the Most High going to bring you back. So you know what that means? You shouldn't be afraid of anything. You shouldn't be afraid of people. You shouldn't be afraid of telling people who you are as an Israelite. You shouldn't be afraid to go to death for the works of the Most High, for the Bible. Go ahead.
For I have known my name in Israel.
Jump down to verse read verse 17.
Verse 17. Fear not, thou mother of the children, for I have chosen thee, saith the Lord.
Jump down to verse 30.
Verse 30. Be joyful.
He said what?
Be joyful.
Don't be afraid, man. You know, this is to the mothers that have children and that are afraid of raising their children in a wicked time. Just raise them as strong as you can. Because these times are evil. These times are full of crap. But raise them up with the fear of the Most High. Go ahead.
O thou mother,
Go ahead.
with thy children,
Go ahead.
for I will deliver thee.
He said, I will do what?
Deliver
He
thee,
said, I'm going to deliver you. Times are getting worse. Read on.
saith the Lord. Remember thy children that sleep,
And if you had children that pass, he said, remember them that sleep. Why?
for I shall bring them out of the sides of the
He
earth,
said, I'm going to bring them out the sides of the earth. Go ahead.
and shew mercy unto them.
He said, and I'm going to show mercy unto them. Go ahead.
For I am merciful, saith the Lord Almighty. Embrace thy children unto I come, and show mercy unto them.
Damn. He said, embrace them till I come and show mercy unto them. Go ahead.
For my wells run over, and my grace shall not fail.
He said, I'm not going to fail you. Now go back to 2 Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 14.
2 Thessalonians chapter 4 and verse 14. For if we believe that Yahushua died and rose again.
So if you lost some comrades, if you lost some family members, you lost some friends, you lost some loved ones, if you have this confidence that the Most High raised up Christ, then you should have the confidence also that the Most High loves you enough to bring you back. And bring your family back, your friends back. Especially if they died in Christ. Read on.
Even so them which sleep in Yahushua will the Most High bring with him.
He said they're going to come back too. Go ahead.
For this we say unto you by the word of the Lord, that we which are alive and remain unto the coming of the Lord.
Some of us will get a chance to see Christ come back. Some of us will see the sky crack. Some gonna hear that loud trumpet. And when you hear that loud trumpet, the sky is gonna crack, and then comes Christ and the angels. Read.
Shall not prevent them which are asleep.
Go ahead.
For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven.
He said
with a shout.
He said he's coming back from heaven with the what?
With a shout.
Go ahead.
With the voice of the archangel.
Go ahead.
With the trump of the Most High. And the dead in Yahushua shall rise first.
And those that didn't get a chance to see the coming of Christ and maybe in them graves, he's bringing them right back out. He's bringing them right back out of the graves. So whether I live my life and make it to see Christ, or if I die serving Christ before he gets here, the Most High still got me in mind. Makes no difference. Go ahead.
Then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds
And we
to meet the Lord in the air.
and that's what's going to be beautiful. That we get a chance to meet the Most High Christ regardless. We get to meet Yahushua regardless. In the spirit, I get to meet him because I'm already dead. Or if I'm in the flesh, the flesh is going to dissolve, and I'm still meet him in the spirit. Read on.
And so shall we ever be with the Lord.
Now go back to where we're at in 1 Corinthians chapter 15. This is the mystery that he's talking about when he said, I show you a mystery. Verse 52. Verse 51.
1 Corinthians chapter 15 verse 51. Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye.
Just that quick, just that fast. We're going to go from flesh to spirit just like that when Christ comes. If you're the ones that are going to see Christ when he comes. You're going straight from flesh to spirit. And if your flesh has already been dissolved, you're going from spirit straight up out the grave to Christ. Read.
at the last trump.
Just like we read in Thessalonians. Go ahead.
For the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised, incorruptible, and we shall be changed.
And we shall be changed. Go ahead.
For this corruptible must put on incorruption,
Go ahead.
and the mortal must put on immortality. So when this corruptible shall have put on incorruption, the mortal shall have put on immortality. Then shall be brought to pass the saying that is written, death is swallowed up in victory.
So none of us that are in Christ are going to lose. Go to Romans chapter 8, verse 11. None of us in Christ are going to lose. As long as you stay in Christ, you can't lose. Whether you live or whether you die, as long as you're in Christ, you're not going to lose.
Romans.
Yeah. Romans 8 and verse 11. But if the spirit of him that raised up Yahushua from the dead dwell in you,
Go ahead.
he that raised up Yahushua from the dead shall also quicken your mortal body.
And he said, if you believe that the one that raised up Christ is inside of you, the same one that was inside of Christ, if you believe he's inside of you, if you die, then you going to what? He going to raise you up. That's beautiful. Serving Christ, you can't lose. Whether you live or you die, you can't lose serving Christ. It's a win-win situation. This should compel everyone to want to serve Christ, because I can never go wrong. That's why it says, oh, death is swallowed up in victory. Because what he's saying is, you can't kill me as long as I'm in Christ. That's powerful. I can't be killed, and if I am killed, I still get to be with Christ. And he's still going to raise me back up. Finish that in 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 55.
1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 55. O death, where is thy sting?
And that's now he's making fun of death. What did I have to be afraid of? I'm going to be with Christ anyway. Where's your sting at? Where's the fear that people were so afraid of? As long as I stay in Christ, I'm going to be all right. Read on.
O grave, where is thy victory? The sting of death is sin, and the strength of sin is the law. But thanks be to the Most High, which giveth us the victory through our Lord, Yahweh by Hashem Yahushua.
That's it. Thanks be the Most High that Christ gives us, the Most High gave us Christ as an example. If we live in him and believe in him through this record, then we can be raised up even in death. That's why our forefathers didn't fear death. All right. So with that, I know it's been a long class. Let's go ahead and set up this prayer real quick. We're going to go ahead and end the Sabbath class and end it with the prayer. You ain't doing it, won't you?
We go over this. We want our people. We do about this. If we do this, we do this, we don't do it.
All right. Imagine what Kwanu Rashalam. All right.
He loves that horn.
Yeah. Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushua. Hahawa'a. Hathawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh. Hashem Yahushua. Hahawa'a. Nathan Ladawa. Awar. Lara'a.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh. Hashem Yahushua. Hahawa'a. Nathan Ladawa. Ha'ayaw. Korah. La Korah. Ha'ayin.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Psalm 92. All right, go ahead.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praises unto thy name.
And to sing praises unto thy name.
O Most High.
O Most High.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
In the morning.
In the morning.
And thy faithfulness.
And thy faithfulness.
Every night.
Every night.
Upon an instrument.
Upon an instrument.
Of 10 strings.
Of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
Of the solemn sound.
And the solemn sound.
For thou. Lord. Hast made me.
Has made me.
Glad. Through thy work.
Through thy work.
I will triumph.
I will triumph.
I will triumph.
I will triumph.
In the works.
In the works.
Of thy hands.
Of thy hands.
O Lord.
O Lord.
How great.
How great.
All thy works.
All thy works.
Thy thoughts.
And thy thoughts.
Are very deep.
Are very deep.
A brutish man.
A brutish man.
Knoweth not.
Knoweth not.
Neither doth.
Neither doth.
A fool.
Understand it.
When the wicked. Springs grass.
Springs grass.
And when the workers. Of iniquity. Do flourish. It is that.
It is that.
They shall be destroyed. Forever. But thou. Lord. Art most high. Forevermore. For lo. Thy enemy. O Lord. For lo. Thy enemy. Shall perish. All the workers. Of iniquity. Shall be scattered. But my horn. Shalt thou exalt. Like the horn. Of a unicorn. I shall be. Anointed. With fresh oil. Mine eye. Also. Shall see my desire. On my enemy. My ears. Shall hear. My desire. Of the wicked. That rise up. Against me. The righteous. Shall flourish. The righteous. Shall flourish. The righteous. Shall flourish. Like the palm tree. He shall grow. Like a cedar. In Lebanon. Those that be planted. In the house. Of the Lord. Shall flourish. In the courts. Of our power. They shall bring. They shall steal. Bring forth. Fruit. In old age. They shall be fat. And flourish. To show. That the Lord. B'Hashem Yahweh Shai. Is upright. He is my rock. And there is no unrighteousness in him. B'Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Right. Let's go ahead and circle up. Brother, circle up. Sisters, have a seat. You got it?
Slowing out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, Yahweh Shai, O God, Yasharal, Israel, Major, Rock.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakam.
Slowing out the daughters of Zion, when the Israel, Major, Rock.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua. That's my time. Dismiss. Fall out.
You did good. Notice you. You did good. Okay, I get it.